Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me all right? Yes? Okay. Hi, folks. I'm Maria Ellis. I'm the Deputy Director for Broadband at the California Public Utilities Commission. And I want to thank everyone for being here. Some of you traveled to be here, so we really appreciate your time, that you've come here to tell us a little bit about this BEAD program as we're putting it together. I want to do a little bit of housekeeping before we kick off. Tom, would you be able to pull up the slides for me? As Tom's pulling that up, I want to do a couple, like the housekeeping. So bathrooms, if you exit here and go to the left, the bathrooms will be at the very end, right before the door to your right. Exits on each side in case of emergency. We want to remind everyone that this is a hybrid workshop, so we will have some folks present here in the room interacting. We'll be interacting with them directly as well as online. And as you've heard, this workshop is being recorded, so just please note that, and it will also be posted for the record. Can you, Joe, would you mind going to the next slide for me? Next slide. I want to go over the agenda here, or just, sorry, for those of you participating online, this slide just has a little bit of information for you about how you can participate. We won't have, the conversation is really going to be limited to panelists, and then our, obviously, public comment here that we'll have at the front. But if you have questions or anything else that you would like to share, those online are welcome to use that chat button. And again, all of this is part of the record. With that, I'm going to, if you can go to the next slide, I want to share a little bit about the agenda and then turn it over to Commissioner Darcy Houck, who will take over our proceedings here, moderate. We're going to do, I'm going to do a quick round of introductions here momentarily about who's on the dais before we get started. And then we're going to get an overview of the by NTIA about the BEAD program, that's the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, which is the topic of this, workshop. We're going to also take some public comment for a short period, and then we're going to enter into our first panel discussion on the challenge process. We will be taking a break at that time, and then coming back after lunch, we'll come back and do the selection process, and then we'll talk about the extremely high cost threshold, and then we'll do a wrap up and next steps. With that, before we kick off, I'd like to have our folks on the dais introduce themselves, starting with our commissioner.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Houck, the lead commissioner for this proceeding, and then I'll let the others introduce themselves and then do the opening comments. Okay, great. Now I'll turn it over to Director Osborne.
Hi, I'm Robert Osborne, Director of the Communications Division at the Public Utilities Commission.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tom Glagol. I'm the assigned administrative law judge.
Good morning. Ben Menzies, Program and Project Supervisor on the BEAD team.
Marina McClatchy with NTIA, one of 2 federal program officers for California.
Wonderful. And before we dive in, I want to just also remind folks, those that are doing general public comment, you'll have 2 minutes. We ask that everyone try to be as respectful of that time frame as possible so that we can hear from everyone as needed. And also our panelists, when we get to our panel discussion, I'll do this as a reminder as well in future panels, but we're going to ask panelists to limit their comments to a total of no more than 5 minutes, just to ensure that we can hear from as many folks as possible as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Darcy Houck to get us started.
So good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Commissioner Darcy Houck, one of the 5 commissioners at the California Public Utilities Commission. And again, I'm the lead commissioner for our BEAD proceeding, Broadband Equity Access and Deployment. I'm also our lead commissioner for California Advanced Services Fund and our service quality proceedings. So broadband is a top priority for me as a commissioner, and I really do believe that we will be able to accomplish historic development of broadband during my term in partnership with our sister agencies, the California Department of Technology, Caltrans, our local, regional, and tribal government partners, telecommunications carrier partners, and of course our community-based partners that we rely on to ensure we understand the needs of communities that are currently unserved and underserved. As many of you know, BEAD is a $42 billion program created by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and it's administered by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA. And we are pleased to have NTIA join us at the dais this morning to participate in our workshop. The goal of the BEAD program is to bring everyone in the nation online by building infrastructure and increasing adoption of high-speed internet service. So a central goal of BEAD is to deploy reliable last-mile service to all unserved locations defined as speeds at least 25 megabits per second download and 3 megabits per second upload via reliable technology, meaning a wireline connection or licensed fixed wireless. Federal rules require prioritization of end-to-end fiber deployments, but there is some flexibility in where this is not feasible. Fixed wireless can be used as an alternative. NTIA, through the BEAD program, has allocated $1.86 billion to the state of California to go towards eliminating the digital divide. California will be able to award subgrants through BEAD to carry out broadband deployment activities such as planning for the deployment of infrastructure, deploying or upgrading internet infrastructure, deploying infrastructure in multi-tenant buildings, implementing adoption and digital equity programs, and workforce and job training. However, before that can happen, we must develop a plan and a process for implementing the BEAD program here in California. So the Commission is open to rulemaking R23-02016 to set out the program rules for BEAD. And as part of this rulemaking, the Communications Division staff are developing a staff proposal, which is why we're here today, to vet concepts for the initial BEAD proposal that will be submitted to NTIA. And we encourage and welcome all of you to actively participate and engage in today's discussion. The PUC completed its initial wave of public engagements that were jointly coordinated with the California Department of Technology over the summer. This feedback that we received from these 21 community engagements, including tribal consultations, has informed the staff development of the draft initial proposal that they're working on. We look forward to continued coordination with communities and stakeholders, including community organizations, carriers, and the public to ensure that this funding contributes to our greater broadband infrastructure deployment, digital equity, and affordability objectives. Today's workshop is another key opportunity to inform the development of this initial proposal, and today we will hear from staff as they present some concepts for the proposed rules for the BEAD program, as well as from parties and stakeholders. I look forward to hearing from all participants throughout the day. And before I close, I want to recognize and thank the Commission's Communication Division staff who have been going above and beyond on their work for this proceeding. I want to thank Director Osborne, Deputy Director Maria Ellis, Jonathan Lackeritz, Ben Menzies, Ali Azragi, Ian Culver, also from our legal division, and everyone in the Communications Division for all of their work. I also want to recognize the dedication and work of Judge Glagola in managing the proceeding and assisting with organizing the workshop. I also want to thank my advisors, Carrie Ann Shepard, Victor Smith, Amanda Singh, and especially Nikki Bawa, who's here today as he is the lead in my office for the BEAD proceeding. And my Bagley King partner, President Reynolds, who is not able to be here today, and her advisor, Michael Mullaney, for all of their support on this important proceeding. So last but critically important, I also want to thank our IT staff whose support and expertise make our virtual and hybrid hearings possible. So thank you for all of your work and traveling throughout the state to make these meetings work. So again, thank you to everyone for joining us today. I look forward to a robust and engaged discussion. This is an important proceeding, and it's good to see so many people here participating both in person and virtually. And so with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, we're going to hear a little bit from NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, from Marina McClatchy.
So I do have one slide if we could go next. Can you guys hear me? Okay. It feels quiet to me. Okay, one more slide. There we go. This is my one slide. So to start off, thank you to Commissioner Houck and the CPUC for inviting me to speak today, and thank you to all of you that are attending this workshop, both in the room and online. As previously mentioned, my name is Marina McClatchy, and I'm one of 2 federal program officers for NTIA, supporting the implementation of BEAD in California. So my goal here is to provide a quick overview of the upcoming timeline for BEAD and also provide some NTIA framing to the policy topics the workshop will cover today. So the BEAD program has a very strong federal framework, so to have the most productive dialogue today, I want to share key guidance on what's important to NTIA and what levers the state can use to express its priorities. So starting on the timeline. In June, NTIA announced California will receive $1.86 billion in funding for BEAD. This is the second highest amount in the country. States are in the process of drafting what NTIA refers to as the BEAD Initial Proposal, and this document must outline the detailed process and approach the CPUC will take to run its challenge process, solicit and score applications, and select subgrantees for the BEAD program. States must release their initial proposals for 30 days of public comment, and the final submission is due to NTIA December 27th. NTIA will then review the initial proposal and communicate with the CPUC if any areas need to be revised based on the Notice of Funding and Opportunity, or NOFO. Once NTIA approves California's initial proposal, the CPUC will have 1 year to run its challenge process, solicit proposals, and preliminarily select subgrantees. The CPUC will submit all of this information in its final proposal to NTIA, and once NTIA approves, CPUC will receive the full amount of BEAD funds to confirm final subgrantee awards. Today, we're here to discuss 3 critical elements of the initial proposal: the challenge process, project area selection, and the extremely high cost per location threshold. So first, let's discuss the challenge process. By statute, the CPUC must use the FCC National Broadband Map as their starting point. NTIA has published a model challenge process we are encouraging states to use, as it is already approved by NTIA. CPUC can choose to adopt the model in whole or in parts, but either way, the challenge process they design must fit the rules of NTIA's challenge process policy guidance document. 2 of the proposed modules for the challenge process already pre-approved by NTIA include treating all DSL as underserved and then unserved where DSL speeds are below 25.3, and utilizing speed tests within NTIA's approved perimeters. California can propose modifications outside of the model to reflect data not present in the FCC map. They cannot change the definitions of unserved and underserved from those set forth in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. They must also include sufficient justification and evidence that the proposed modifications better reflect the locations eligible for BEAD funding. NTIA will have an evidence-based standard of review for these modifications. For example, arguments that a type of technology is inherently unreliable by its nature have not been successful in other states. States can only add locations to the map by going through the FCC challenge process. The exception to this is community anchor institutions, or CAIs. The BEAD challenge process can add CAIs eligible for BEAD funding. Eligible challengers in the BEAD challenge process are units of local government, tribal governments, nonprofit organizations, and broadband service providers. This is different than the FCC's challenge process, which also allowed individual consumer challenges. NTIA is encouraging local government associations or other nonprofits to work to aggregate individual challenges for their region. Lastly, in BEAD, the challenge process is designed to occur prior to project selection as opposed to after. This means that the BEAD challenge process is different from how many states, including California, have run their challenge or objection process for state grants. The opportunity for input is designed to occur prior to application submission, not after. Moving on to project areas and scoring. The CPUC must demonstrate to NTIA that they will design the subgrantee selection process to ensure 100% coverage. This means states will have to think creatively about how to design project areas and deconflict overlapping proposals. This will likely look different than how the CPUC grant programs have defined project areas in the past. The BEAD NOFO defines primary criteria states must use for 75% of the points when scoring proposals. States have flexibility in determining the secondary criteria for the remaining 25%. Additionally, criteria cannot be designed in a way that gives an advantage to one certain type of provider over another. Finally, let's discuss the extremely high cost per location threshold. Confusingly, there are two high cost related terms in the BEAD program and they do not mean the same thing. The extremely high cost per location threshold refers to a per location cost beyond which a state can decline to select a priority technology or a priority broadband project and can instead look at using a less costly technology. California will set its own extremely high cost per location threshold. The term high cost area means an unserved area in which the cost of building out broadband service is higher as compared with the average cost of building out broadband service in other unserved areas of the United States. High cost areas were defined by NTIA, not California. The 25% BEAD match is not required for projects that will serve a high cost area, though a state can request a match. The extremely high cost per location threshold should be set at the point that maximizes fiber deployment while still ensuring 100% coverage. States can choose more cost-effective technology when projects exceed this threshold. The threshold amount does not have to be already established and identified in the initial proposal or before applications are submitted. The state can include a detailed process for how it will identify the extremely high cost per location threshold in the initial proposal. The threshold must be identified in the final proposal. NTIA is strongly encouraging states to not prematurely define the extremely high cost per location threshold and wait until they have all possible data points to make a final determination. So in closing, in California, we're lucky to have many really engaged, experienced broadband stakeholders, many of them in the room, interested in BEAD, and California has a robust history of running state broadband grant programs. I encourage California to use the lessons it learned from that history in order to implement BEAD, but also to not be afraid to think creatively about how to design BEAD outside of past perimeters. I look forward to hearing the conversation today, and I'm always here as a resource for any stakeholders that want to discuss the BEAD program further. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. At this time, we are opening an opportunity for public comment, generally speaking, and if folks would like to comment, they may do so by going to the dais. Let me make sure, if the button is not green, please make sure it is green when you come up. So at this time, we want to open this up, and also, I'm not trying to ambush, but I may also refer back to our folks tracking the web chat to see if there's anything that they would acknowledge from the web chat. And if you are interested in providing some general comment, please come up and share your name and your affiliation. And you've got a couple minutes on the floor. Okay.
Tal Srolick with Sonic. I just had a question regarding federal lands and if they will be considered as well within the state of California for the BEAD program. Such as the Presidio.
I believe if they're on the national broadband map, then those.
Within the state of California or some? Okay, thank you.
Jonathan, do we have anybody on the chat? Okay, great. We're just going to give it a few more minutes so we can sit here in a bit of awkward silence for a bit as we allow people to just think about this and also trickle in for a couple more minutes.
So I've been alerted that I did not turn on my microphone to answer, so sorry about that. So the question was about whether federal lands are potentially eligible for BEAD. I think the thing here is that if it's a BSL on the FCC National Broadband Map, it's potentially eligible for BEAD funding. The question is, like, through the challenge process, whether it is determined through the state to be served or unserved. And then, of course, in terms of the actual category of the type of location versus would you consider something like, is it a house on federal lands, a residence, or is it like, so if you're talking about like the Presidio, is that a community anchor institution? There's a little bit there, but potentially if it's a broadband serviceable location on the FCC National Broadband Map, it can potentially be funded by BEAD to build out service there.
Okay, seeing as we don't have any public comment at this time, we can proceed with our agenda and our panels and our overview. We will, because we didn't have any public comment at this time and we don't want to shortchange that opportunity, we will be having that opportunity at the end of this workshop as well for the balance of our time for 25 minutes. So with that, if we could invite our first panelist to come up, and let me up. We've got several folks online, so I'm going to ask that we first get everyone situated who is here with us in person, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan, but I do believe that we also have Sydney Skolink online as well. We also have Natalie Gonzalez online and Alex D'Amato online.
I can confirm that Alex D'Amato and Natalie Gonzalez are online, and I'm sorry, the third name was?
Lindsay Skolink.
I do not see Lindsay online.
That's okay.
She may have been on earlier, but apparently she's not logged in right now.
So at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to provide a quick overview of the first topic that we're going to talk about, which is the challenge process. And before we dive into that, I'd like to just have everyone just say their name and their affiliation folks that are both online and in our panel to just state their name and their affiliation. Patrick, do you want to start?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Messick, here representing Oakland Undivided and the City of Oakland.
Good morning, Lance Ware from AVX Networks and representing Catalina and Avalon, California.
Good morning, Caroline Siegel-Singh, representing the Green Lighting Institute.
Good morning, I'm Meredith Williams. I'm with AT&T.
Good morning, Paul Goodman with Center for Accessible Technology. I also want to note that we've been coordinating with TURN and CWA District 9 and Cal Advocates, and those 4 groups have sort of assigned a lead for each panel. So we'll be speaking generally about the areas of agreement. To the extent there are nuances or diverse opinions between those groups, we will address those in comment. Thank you.
I'm Scott Armstrong from Inyo County. I'm the Regional Broadband Coordinator supporting both Inyo and Mono counties.
Can we hear from our online panelists? Introduction.
I don't know if there's an order, but I'm happy to go first. I'm Alex D'Amato, here on behalf of Cal Broadband, and I apologize for not being able to logistically make it there in person. But thanks for including us virtually as well.
My name is Natalie Gonzalez, the Deputy Director of the Digital Equity Initiative from California Community Foundation. Happy to be here.
And did we lose one? Okay, great. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ben Menzies to provide us an overview of the topic, the challenge process, and then we're going to open this up for some dialogue.
Great. Thank you, Maria, and thank you to all of our panelists for joining us today, as well as all of the other attendees in the audience and the folks online. Hopefully, I think my slides should come up in a second here, but I'm going to provide a brief overview of the requirements in the challenge process. The challenge process for BEAD is described in detail, as Marina mentioned, in the Notice of Funding Opportunity, or NOFO, which is starts on page 34, as well as a challenge process policy notice that's available online. The main requirement that the NOFO establishes for the challenge process is that it must be fair, evidence-based, transparent, and expeditious. And it defines some specific phases that have to be laid out in the challenge process, including publication of an initial eligibility map, a challenge phase, a rebuttal phase, and finalization of the eligibility map before subgrantees can be selected. Next slide, please. The NOFO indicates that the challenge process may be open to challenges from local or tribal governments, nonprofit, community-based organizations, and broadband service providers. Residents may participate in gathering data to support the challenge process, but those challenges have to be submitted through permissible challengers as described above. Challengers may challenge the classification of a location as unserved, underserved, served, or that it has community anchor institution status in compliance with the BEAD statute. But challengers may not challenge the fabric, meaning that it is not, we cannot consider challenges to add a location to the map or subtract one. Finally, once the CPUC has conducted our challenge process in accordance with BEAD rules, the NTIA will review our methodology for adjudication and will ultimately make all final decisions about the status of locations on the BEAD eligibility map. Next slide, please. The BEAD NOFO also describes some basic timing requirements that the challenge process must meet, and these are also laid out in the challenge process policy notice. Within these guidelines, states have some flexibility in determining the length of different phases of the challenge process, but there's a maximum of 120 calendar days from opening of the challenge window to submission of our proposed final map to NTIA. In addition, there must be a minimum of 14 calendar days for the window for challenges and rebuttals. Those are separate, 14 of each, and a minimum of 60 calendar days from publishing the final map after approval by NTIA to making allocation decisions, meaning concluding the grant round. There is no requirement in the NOFO for a project challenge phase. As Marina mentioned, that's something of a change from our other state broadband grant programs. The challenge process only applies to the eligibility map. Next slide, please. There we go. Oh, actually, I think it was the previous one. Sorry. There we go. No, I guess it was. Sorry. Got a little confused. All right. So as Marina described, the NTIA has provided a model challenge process that's pre-approved by NTIA and is encouraging states to adopt a process as close to the model process as possible in order to expedite review. But deviations may be proposed subject to the NTIA approval and in compliance with BEAD rules. There are several steps in the model challenge process, which I'll describe briefly. Those include the publication of the initial map on a public website. Then there's a challenge phase that would last 30 days, calendar days, followed by a rebuttal phase in which providers may rebut the challenges that have been received, which would last 30 days. A determination phase in which all contested locations would be subject to adjudication by the CPUC on a rolling basis. And finally, the eligibility map would be submitted to NTIA for their review and adjudication of all of those decisions, which would ultimately be followed by publication of a final eligibility map at least 60 days before making allocation decisions for subgrantees. Next slide, please. As Marina mentioned, the model challenge process includes several optional modules that states may adopt in order to make the maps more accurate. These include the DSL module that Marina mentioned, in which we may mark, prior to map publications, we may treat locations that achieve served speeds according to deployment data that are based on DSL technology. Those may be modified to show up as underserved on the eligibility map. There's also an area or multiple dwelling unit module, which means that after there's a number of challenges in a discrete area have been filed, the provider must affirmatively demonstrate service to all locations in that same area. So for instance, in a census block group, if there are 6 locations that are challenged within the same census block group, then the provider must prove that all BSLs within that census block group are in fact served. Similarly, within that module, it can apply to multiple dwelling units or apartment buildings, in which the larger of either 3 units or 10% of the units listed within the fabric in that building would create an area challenge. Finally, there's a speed test module, which allows reclassification of served locations as underserved if data collected pursuant to rigorous speed test methodologies that are determined by NTIA demonstrates that speeds do not achieve the served thresholds that are claimed on the map. I should note, however, that the latest version of the model challenge process as published by NTIA only allows speed test data to be used to shift locations to underserved, not unserved status. Next slide, please. To get into the speed test module in a little bit more detail, there are some pretty rigorous requirements entailed in meeting the rigorous speed test methodologies that NTIA has described in the model in the challenge process policy notice. One important one is that data that is submitted through the challenge portal for a speed test must include the name and street address of a customer, a certification that the customer is subscribed to a relevant speed tier, meaning one that would achieve served speeds, and there must be a data sharing agreement with the provider and operators of the challenge process to allow the providers that are challenged and those running the challenge process to review the data, although the personally identifiable information would not be disclosed in any public setting. Tests must be conducted at most 60 days before the challenge period opens, and only speed tests on subscriptions above 120 megabits per second are allowed to be considered as part of the speed test data. Another important requirement as laid out in the challenge process policy notice is that the speed tests must consist of 3 tests conducted on different days, and only the median speed result would be considered as part of the speed-based challenge. So if a subscriber conducts speed tests and gets speeds of 100, 120, and 80 on 3 different days, then only the 100 download speed would be part of the speed test challenge. Additionally, providers may rebut the area speed challenges based on what NTIA refers to as the 80-80 rule. And that means that the provider must select 10% of locations in the challenged area on a random basis. 80% of those selected locations must have speeds demonstrated to equal or exceed 80% of the served threshold, or 80-20 megabits per second. Next slide, please. Finally, before we go to our panel, I wanted to highlight another important requirement in Volume 1, which is the deduplication of enforceable commitments to deploy broadband. According to the NOFO, the eligibility map may not mark locations as unserved or underserved if that location is already subject to an enforceable federal, state, or local commitment to deploy qualifying broadband service before the challenge process takes place. Those enforceable commitments will be identified based on federal, state, and local programs, and the NOFO describes some of those in detail on pages 36 and 37, but also that, as mentioned, includes state and local programs that are not mentioned in the NOFO. Those enforceable commitments, meaning a grant or a loan or some similar commitment to deploy broadband, must meet the technology and speed requirements for broadband. So if the commitment is to deploy not qualifying speeds or not qualifying technologies, then it doesn't count. And enforceable commitments on tribal lands only count, according to the NOFO, if there is a legally binding agreement with the internet service provider, including a tribal government resolution. However, that requirement may be waived by the NTIA Assistant Secretary if necessary to achieve the goals of the program. And with that, I think I will turn it back to Maria.
Thanks, Ben, for that overview. A couple notes. I do believe that we have our other panelists online, and I don't know if they would like to introduce themselves. It is, Lindsay, do you want to just take a moment to introduce yourself?
Sure thing. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Skolnick. I am the project manager at the California Alliance for Digital Equity and will be participating on panel 1 today. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So, and then also just want to share that this PowerPoint will be made available as part of, we could put this online as well. And so nobody has to take very copious notes here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to these are the questions. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just read the questions for those that are auditory leading, and we'll also have them here written. And then I'm going to open this up for a discussion. And again, why don't we remind folks that we are asking every panelist to limit their comments to 5 minutes. I'm going to rely on Jonathan to tell me when an online panelist has their hand raised or is up, and I will call on everyone in terms of groups of our consumer advocates, our tribal partners if they are present, our industry partners, and we'll go from there. But real quick, I'm going to read these questions for everyone. And pardon me if I'm stumbling through them this part. What aspects of the module of the model challenge process should be adopted or modified? What additional data resources, such as CPUC availability data or demographic data, should be utilized in the Commission's pre-challenge eligibility map? What forms of public and stakeholder engagement before the challenge process would be most valuable, and when should engagement occur? Are there modifications or additions to the Commission should make to the NTIA definition of community anchor institutions? How should the Commission structure the required deduplication process for removing locations with enforceable commitments to deploy broadband for the BEAD eligibility map? And lastly, how should the Commission apply the definition of the enforceable commitment area to tribal lands? Should the definition of an enforceable commitment be restricted for the deployment on tribal lands to those projects with a tribal government resolution between the tribal government and the broadband service provider? What would constitute a tribal resolution? So these are the questions before us. And with that, I'm going to start. I'm going to open this up to, first I'm going to start with Caroline. I'm going to start with Paul. And do we believe we have someone online from CADE? Is that Caroline?
That's me. I'm from
Yes.
CADE.
Great. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up, folks. You have, each of you have 5 minutes. We also have 87 attendees online, it sounds like. We have, each of you have 5 minutes to respond to these questions and provide comment.
Point of information, I thought we were supposed to split the 5 minutes amongst the first 3 presenters.
Oh, apologies. Apologies, yes. Please go on.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Caroline Siegel-Singh from the Green Lighting Institute again. And for this item, I'll just run through it. In alignment with NTIA's stated priorities, such as a transparent, evidence-based, and expeditious process, we asked the Commission to create a process which does not unduly shift the burden of proof onto consumers, particularly low-income consumers of color in California who would not normally have the apparatus available to submit challenges, even though they do receive subpar service at their locations. We believe that there should be a final process which places the onus back onto providers to prove that they are, in fact, providing advertised service to consumers, and that the baseline assumption for the challenge process should not be that consumers should have to prove in multiple avenues that they do receive poor service quality. We additionally disagree with the need for consumers to submit bills as a requirement to submit a challenge, in particular due to concerns over the transmission of personally identifiable information of consumers through multiple parties as part of the process. As a last few points, we do support the addition of crowdsourced data, as was mentioned in earlier comments submitted to the Commission, and we are hoping to get additional clarity on MDUs. This is an issue that particularly impacts low-income urban communities in California, and we are concerned that the threshold of 3 units or 10% is much too high and will prevent a lot of localities from submitting challenges to locations that are currently unserved or underserved in their area. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Goodman with Center for Accessible Technology. Given the time, I want to address 2 things. The first is I think there's a really real information and resource imbalance between challengers who are providers and challengers who are not. I'm confident that providers have data, although it may not necessarily be in a format they can access easily, about who they can serve and who they can't. Whereas local, tribal, nonprofit entities, it's harder for them to collect that data. So I'm asking that the Commission interpret the requirement that the process be fair as a requirement that the process be equitable. My second point relates to the question about what additional data sources the Commission should use. I'll note that the BEAD requirements require that any project built with BEAD funding have at most 24 hours of outages every 365 days, over a 365-day period. We have a lot of providers in California that cannot meet that standard now. And I think a very fair metric would be a provider's past performance and service quality. So areas that consistently have outages that total more than 24 hours ought to score lower than providers that do not. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'll go next. Like I said, my name is Lindsay Skolnick. I'm here today representing CADE. I'd like to provide a few brief remarks in response to the design of the pre-eligibility map and the types of data the map should rely upon. CADE feels it is essential that the pre-eligibility map does not rely upon the same data sets that shaped the federal funding account and middle mile broadband initiative maps. These maps are demonstrably flawed, prioritizing infrastructure in areas that are the most served in the state rather than the most disconnected and historically disenfranchised. Many digital equity advocates have recently voiced their concerns about both of these maps. Over the last week alone, advocates have provided more than 50 public comments at the recent MMAC and California Broadband Council meetings to express widespread community frustration. However, this BEAD workshop marks an inflection point at which the CPUC can respond to those concerns and make thoughtful improvements to the pre-eligibility map. These improvements could include balancing granular address level ISP data with data collected by community, as well as open data sets. There are a number of community data collection projects underway, such as surveying in Crenshaw and speed testing in Oakland, that could and should be used to generate a map that better represents the real unserved and underserved locations across the state. Additionally, UCLA's network maps and speed tests should also be used to source truth about unserved locations and locations that generally exist. If these proactive steps are not taken to generate an improved map, we worry the BEAD challenge process could be ineffective, and it could also place increased burdens on communities to prove locations are in fact unserved. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to do a quick check online as to see if Mr. Rantanen or Mr. Corey Cordero have been able to join us representing tribal interests. Okay, well, we have a bit more time to get to that. Next up, we want to hear from our community reps. And so that is Oakland Undivided, CCF, and Inyo County. So I'm going to go ahead and start here, go around. So Patrick, you're up.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, panelists, and partners in digital equity across the state. My name is Patrick Messick, and today I represent the City of Oakland and Oakland Undivided. The rules developed to allocate this once-in-a-generation broadband infrastructure will determine if this historic funding reaches the Californians it's intended to serve, or if yet another public infrastructure investment will bypass the marginalized, predominantly Black and Brown communities. And I'm grateful here to be here to uplift their voices. There are two guiding principles that should serve as a framework for the development of the challenge process. The first is transparency. The Commission should adopt processes that keep the stubbornly secretive process for generating the broadband service, aka funding eligibility maps, out in the open, and apply the lessons learned from the FFA last mile application. The first lesson, address level data. The BEAD service map should include address level data. If funding prioritizes unserved locations, it's only logical that the map features address level data. The service polygons on the FFA map make it virtually impossible to challenge the map or intentionally design projects. Secondly, socioeconomic data layers. The single greatest predictor of Californians' access to reliable high-speed internet is income and race. The BEAD map should, at a minimum, include layers of Cal and Buyer screen disadvantaged communities and the quartiles of the socioeconomic vulnerability index. The second guiding principle for this framework should be equity. As the CPUC has said time and again, BEAD without equity is just bad. And if this all right.
Welcome to the hybrid. We're used to this now in the hybrid environment.
Oh, should I?
I may need you to repeat that, and we'll restart at 5 minutes.
All right.
Consider that your dry run.
There we go. Good morning again, everyone. My name is Patrick Messick, and today I represent the City of Oakland. The rules developed to allocate this once-in-a-generation broadband infrastructure will determine if this historic funding reaches the Californians it's intended to serve, or if yet another public infrastructure investment bypasses marginalized, predominantly Black and Brown communities, and today I'm grateful to uplift their voices. The challenge process should be guided by a framework that centers two principles. The first is transparency. The Commission should... Keep going. All right. Transparency. The Commission should adopt processes that keep the stubbornly secretive process for generating the state broadband service maps out into the open and apply lessons learned with the FFA last mile application. Address level data. The BEAD service map must include address level data. If funding prioritizes unserved locations, it's only logical that the map features address level data. The service polygons on the FFA broadband service map make it virtually impossible to challenge the map because you can't identify which specific locations are unserved. Socioeconomic data layers. The single greatest predictor of Californians' access to reliable high-speed internet is income and race. The BEAD map should, at a minimum, include Cal and Buyer screen disadvantaged communities and quartiles of the socioeconomic vulnerability index. Equity, the second principle. As the CPUC has said time and again, BEAD without equity is just bad. And if this generational infrastructure investment is going to be different, the CPUC must enact a challenge process that centers the lived experiences of those most impacted by the digital divide, historically redlined Black and brown communities, low-income rural communities, and our tribal brothers and sisters. If past performance is the best predictor of future success, we have a lot of room for improvement from FFA to BEAD. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of addressing the black box process, wherein the CPUC receives data from the federal government showing California's wealthiest, most connected communities as served. This data goes into the CPUC black box, something involving confidential subscriber data. And then on the other end, the state generates a state map that adds a preponderance of demonstrably served clusters as funding priorities for these scarce funds. In Alameda County, two of our wealthiest communities, Livermore and Pleasanton, the FCC map shows these as entirely served. Common sense, where 97% of folks in these communities have high-speed internet, would say that it's entirely served. Yet the CPUC has had no less than 7 dense clusters in Livermore and 11 dense clusters in Pleasanton. It's not conjecture that these are served. Our friends at the ISPs have publicly available address lookup tools where you can type in these addresses, and not only do they offer plans, but they'll tell you, you have an active account at this address. We'll understand that ISPs operate under a different set of motivations and have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders. It would be imprudent of them not to propose projects in these areas that they serve. And as we now see on the FFA area map, AT&T has projects proposed in Pleasanton and Livermore because they're funding eligible. This cannot be the starting place for BEAD. So where should be our starting place? We should be starting in the communities where we know the digital divide resides. In Alameda County, that is overwhelmingly the flatlands of Oakland, West Oakland, Fruitvale, and Deep East Oakland. And we know that the current maps and CPUC processes vastly understate need in these communities. We know because we've been in the cabling closets in public housing and seen the rat's nest of DSL cable purportedly serving entire communities of Oaklanders.
Patrick, I want to be cognizant of people's time and just want to make sure that all the other participants in this cluster can get their comments.
Great. I'll wrap up in the next minute or two. But when you look at the map, again, just a sparse peppering of unserved locations. We know this is not true because we run speed tests on thousands of district devices and have identified thousands of additional unserved locations based on publicly available speed test data. So how do we get our communities back on the map? Let me go over quickly a few of the key tenets. First, we have to shift the burden away from those who are unserved to prove that they are unserved and empower municipalities and trusted anchor institutions to submit challenges at scale. A challenge should only require 3 data points: the address, the provider, and an internet quality metric, speed, latency, outages, et cetera. Customer bills should not be required. If ISPs do not have to submit a consumer bill to prove that the location is served, neither should the consumer. At OHA, when we tried to get a copy of our residents' bills, it took some of our residents an hour and a half on the phone with Comcast to get a copy of their bill. The not-so-fine print on the bill makes clear that these are advertised speeds, not actual speeds, and to require this unnecessary documentation essentially precludes any municipality or nonprofit from submitting data at scale. Similar to previous proceedings, DSL should be outright disqualified. And for individuals who want to submit a challenge, there should be a simple web-based portal with API, not requiring an app download, to submit a personal challenge process. Finally, for MDUs, California's MDUs are not like other areas where they're high-rises, all publicly owned. Most of California's MDUs and public housing is actually voucher-based. So the CPUC needs to take a very close look at how it defines public housing to be inclusive of farm worker housing and other communities that live in low-income housing. Finally, to ask that a challenge from one MDU receive up to 10% of challenges from the units is quite frankly absurd. In a building with 100 folks, that would require 10 that are all relying on the same internal wiring to submit a speed test, which is not feasible at scale. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope again that we can center the communities this funding is intended to serve.
Thank you, Patrick, and apologies for the tech issues that we might be having. Okay, I want to keep us going to our next panelist. One second. And I'm going to turn it over to Natalie.
Thanks so much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Commission, and thank you everyone for having us here today. Again, my name is Natalie Gonzalez, the Deputy Director of the Digital Equity Initiative from California Community Foundation. The Digital Equity Initiative is a cross-sectoral coalition of more than 50 organizations serving communities across LA County and the state. I want to first address remarks in response to the stakeholder engagement for the challenge process. We want the Commission to be aware that it's critical that the state engage with community more thoughtfully, impactfully, and engage with industry more transparently. We want to highlight that while industry has been actively engaged through data submissions and closed-door meetings, communities have primarily been recipients of one-way information via newsletter, webinar, or updates to published maps. Engagement looks more than just workshops and webinars. It means actively incorporating our input and ground truth knowledge in the process. For meaningful inclusion of community-generated data in the maps, driving the various programs to explicitly ensuring that industry and community input are weighted at least equally. In addition to engagement, the state should commit to as much transparency as can possibly achieve without compromising legitimate trade secrets. In the wake of the community challenges to the FFA priority maps, the Commission updated the public maps to exclude proposed subsidy calculations to move those same discriminatory calculations behind an NDA, accessible only to FFA applicants and trying their hands with respect to advocacy regarding all the issues the maps retain. The Commission has utilized several cost-quest analysis and rationale for various decisions and directions. This, even though the cost-quest data is inaccessible to the public, the details of the model remain obscured and specific. Hiding problematic issues in community and consumer advocates when we raise them only raises additional red flags. Overall, it's critical that the state move from a modeling of telling the community what's happening after it's happened to one of more true engagement. Second, we want to address models for adoption. We want to call attention to the option modules 2 and 3 outlined in NTIA's BEAD challenge process regarding MDUs and DSL. In the case of option module 2, we propose taking it a step further by reclassifying MDU locations currently labeled as underserved on DSL to unserved. This shouldn't require a community challenge. According to the FCC, we know that DSL speeds average 30 megabits download and 3 megabits upload, making it unreliable for any member of a household to be online. Going even further, this doesn't even meet the needs of being served. MDUs with DSL service and the speed experienced by each household varies based on the distance of the copper lines from the unit. To address this DSL limitation, providers have tried a technique known as pair bonding, which merges the two separate copper lines into a single connection. However, this approach results in service access to only 1 out of every 2 households, leaving a significant portion of households being classified as unserved. Reclassifying these locations as unserved will expedite the retirement of outdated copper infrastructure and ensure communities have reliable and future-proof broadband service. In order to ensure transparency and provider accountability, in cases where an MDU is challenged as unserved, the burden shifts to the provider to demonstrate unit-level service is provided at advertised speeds. Recognizing that in 2023, a minimum of 100 megabits per household is essential for accessing telehealth, educational content, video conferencing, immigration cases online, and entertainment. It is evident that DSL speeds fall short of the demands of our modern online environment. We hope that the state and the Commission align with the requirements of the modern digital era and adopt this new rule. The second adoption we want to propose is reclassifying locations for them being marked as served on the national broadband map, where licensed fixed wireless is the sole technology being offered. Examples include T-Mobile, Verizon, where 4G and 5G home internet is most available, and moving that to unserved. This reclassification is justified as according to speedtest.net from March 2023, the median cellular internet speeds in the United States was approximately 80 megabits download and 10 megabits upload, falling short of the definition of, again, being served. Cellular networks inherently exhibit significant disruptions and reductions in service as users move farther away from the source, such as a cell tower. Advertised data rates are frequently not even achieved with a short distance between 1 to 2 miles of a cellular source from a cell tower. Although these providers may not impose unreasonable data caps, they do enforce throughput limits and prioritize traffic on data plans. Even a relatively light data user consuming a little as 50 gigabytes of a data billing cycle can face extensive bandwidth allocation reduction, also known as throttling, during a congested network period. What's even more concerning is that communities have shared their experience with unreliable service under fixed wireless plans to the extent they are unable to attain the essential 25/3 speeds required to meet the criteria of being categorized as unserved or served. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn it over to Scott, Mr. Scott Armstrong.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner Houck, Director Osborne, Judge Rivola. I just have a couple of recommendations for the Commission to consider when they're looking at modules to include, and probably the module that I think is the most valuable to include in the challenge process would be a speed test module. And acknowledging that there are some challenges for individuals having to respond to speed test requirements to fill out forms, we're doing that as well. Getting data from the consumers is usually quite difficult. Getting people to take the time to do it is quite difficult. So looking at what I saw the CPUC do during the digital equity survey, they included a speed test in that survey. And I thought that was pretty slick because it presented a consistent speed test for people to click on, captured the information, and moved on. So that right there does several things. It makes it easier for the person to take the speed test. It's a consistent test without having to look at the different types of speed tests you're doing. And it gets the information right back to you guys where you need it. Now, if it's a challenge process that a provider is asking for, we may need to be able to provide that information to them as well. But I think that presenting an easy to access speed test, maybe, if a provider wants to challenge and they want to challenge specific addresses, we can include that speed test in the email message saying, please do this, your location is being challenged, we'd like you to do this, and just make it as easy as possible. So focusing on making it easy on the people who are doing the test, because you really need to do it from location, and also making it consistent so that you're always measuring apples to apples. I think that would be very beneficial. Now, I believe I saw in the BEAD NOFO that the end of the project also requires speed tests. So it's a trust but verify. Once it's done, you have to do the same thing, unless I'm reading it backwards. Is that correct?
I would want to refer to the NOFO, but I believe you.
Yeah, I was looking through it, and I'll double check, but I think that if in fact there is a speed test requirement for providers once they deliver the service, that same speed test can be used. And also, I think there was a mention that challenges needed to be, that information needed to be available for the challenge. So it could behoove a provider, if they're asking to cover an area, say they've identified this area to be, to get a grant, to send a message out saying, we're going to apply to cover your area. Would you please complete this speed test? They can get speed test data in advance of that. They could also verify how they're associated with the FCC map. And two other points I'd like to make. DSL, while squeaking above the threshold of being served, we're looking at how to future-proof our digital world today. And while, yes, it technically can meet the threshold of being served, the next time our served threshold increases, it won't. So if we exclude it now, plan for that, maybe put them on a second wave or whatever, we are looking at future-proofing our internet connections. And the last one has to do with multiple dwelling units. Multiple dwelling units are kind of interesting, but if there's some way to define the number of tests required in an MDU in different locations, some MDUs are multiple stories, some are really spread out. Internet service is going to come into the facility in one location, and they should be able to provide, however they do it, service to all of the units. Then you can't cluster them all around the network closet. You really should find a way to have them demonstrate that they're reaching the far ends. And you've probably all experienced this in a hotel, where you're just beyond that access point. So if there's a way to work that into the language, I think that would be very helpful. And those would be my recommendations.
Thank you, Scott. We have a couple more, a few more panelists to go, but at this time I just want to take a quick pause to see if the Commissioner has any questions for our panelists so far. And if not, we can
I did have one question, and I don't know if AT&T would be the best person to answer this or not, or one of the providers, but the comments regarding the DSL and reclassification for 30 megabits. So I guess I just wanted the carrier's perspective on that, given the disinvestment in copper lines and the lack of service quality that we're seeing in that regard, where the carriers are in looking at that. Again, given there's been a disinvestment in the copper system, and if we're talking about lower speeds for these lines, as well as the fact that we have some carriers that are looking to abandon the service, and more customers are going to wireless and to look at fiber. Where are the carriers in looking at the classification of the DSL at those levels as served or unserved? And I don't know if that's a question you can answer, and that's fine if you're not prepared to do that, but I do think that is an important question, as we see so many areas that are listed as served that may not be within just a few years, depending on where we go with the copper system.
I'll just say I apologize, but I was not prepared for that. I just was added to the panel this morning, this particular panel. But if my other providers would like to comment on that, I'm happy to turn it over to them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that's a very valid question, and we're seeing that in a lot of places. In particular, there's places where AT&T has all but shut down. Not just picking on AT&T, but discouraging the use of copper lines for even voice. And so DSL has all but been abandoned. For instance, in Catalina, even though there's Yahoo DSL sticker on the window, you cannot move it, you cannot change it, and it's not available, which limits competition in turn to the cable MSO in that case. So I think that there's a very strong case for raising the bar so that DSL is not considered served or unserved. It should be unserved, sorry.
And I did want to see if anyone else, if there are any of the carriers here that have a perspective on that. And I know that a number of them are looking at projects where they're looking to put in fiber, which I think is great. But that is, I think, going to be an issue we're going to have to deal with the challenge process, especially given the current model challenge process and looking at what NTIA's definition of served is with the realities that we're actually facing on the ground, and being able to coordinate and confer with the providers on that issue, I think, is going to be really important to get all of us in the best place possible. And we need everybody at the table on that, and appreciate the participation by everyone, especially the providers, on looking at that issue.
Commissioner, it looks like Alex D'Amato may have his hand raised online.
Hi, yeah, this is Alex D'Amato with Charter Communications here today on behalf of Cal Broadband. I do think that we believe in the context of the BEAD program and NTIA's clear guidance to fund to the maximum extent feasible future-proof broadband service that we at Cal Broadband believe that adopting the DSL module is certainly a reasonable and good choice here. It's independently validated through the FCC's Measuring Broadband America reports, and we would support inclusion of that module here.
Thank you, Alex. Should we keep going with our panelists for the rest of? So I do want to check real quick with Jonathan to see if there is, if we have any of our tribal partners online.
I'm not aware of any of our tribal partners online at this point.
So I'm going to go ahead and proceed to our industry partners. We've got Alex, Meredith, and Lance as our panelists, and I'm going to go ahead and start with Alex online.
All right, 2 for 2. Thank you again. Again, this is Alex D'Amato. I'm with Charter Communications here today on behalf of Cal Broadband. Cable operators in California offer fast and reliable broadband service to the vast majority of Californians, having collectively invested over $45 billion in California's broadband infrastructure since 1996. I think today, in our brief comments, we'd like to highlight a couple of process considerations for the Commission and a couple of substantive recommendations on the modules and the modifications to NTIA's model challenge process. On the process aspects of the challenge process, we would note, as has been discussed, that the model guidance allows for a total time frame of 120 days. I think consistent with a lot of the comments that we have heard so far, we would recommend adoption of a 45 calendar day or 30 business day timeframe for each phase of the challenge process. I think we think it will be critical to adopt sufficiently long timeframes, particularly in California, that will allow all participants and all parties to be able to thoroughly review the data that the Commission has presented as part of the challenge process, particularly in the context that it will require all participants to comprehensively review and respond to the Commission's initial serviceability designations at every eligible location. In that context, we think 45 calendar day, 30 business day timeframes for each individual phase of the challenge process, that is the initial challenge phase and the rebuttal phase, are appropriate for adoption here. Consistent with that as well, we believe that as part of the challenge process, there should be sufficient time in between the challenge and the rebuttal phase for the Commission to ensure that the data submitted through the challenge phase is valid and meets the evidentiary requirements that have been laid out in the NTIA model process and the process that the Commission ultimately adopts. The North Star for this process is, of course, accurately identifying the locations that should be eligible for BEAD. Consistent with that, the best way to ensure an efficient challenge process will be to ensure that the data submitted through the challenge process is valid and accurately meets all of the evidentiary requirements that are included as part of this process. The specific requirements laid out in the NTIA guidance are relatively comprehensive, and they will present a significant opportunity to ensure that the data submitted is valid, but taking the time to ensure before that is submitted for the rebuttal process will allow us to focus on ultimately identifying the locations that are in need of service through the BEAD program. As far as the modifications that we would love the Commission to consider as part of this process, as already briefly discussed, we think it is appropriate to adopt the DSL modification. We would note that in the updated guidance that NTIA has recently released that includes additional language that determination can't be rebutted should the commission choose to adopt it. Consistent with other comments today and with the DSL modification, we do believe that a licensed fixed wireless modification would be appropriate in this context. We would note that some states that have have been working through this process have adopted the DSL and this licensed fixed wireless modification in some form, with an acknowledgement that most of the speed test challenges, for instance, will likely come from locations served by these technologies. Consistent with that, we would note that NTIA's guidance does include robust evidentiary requirements that the state needs to adopt should it adopt the speed test module. And we think that perhaps a more elegant way to address this issue is, as states such as Wisconsin have decided, which is to say that for copper and fiber technologies, it is extremely uncommon that they would provide speeds below 120, which is, of course, the BEAD eligible BEAD build-out speed. And staff there anticipates that the vast majority of challenges would come from DSL and fixed wireless served locations. So adoption of those two modifications would alleviate the requirement to accept speed test challenges in the first place, which in other contexts, staff has acknowledged are perhaps not the most efficient way and effective way to actually ultimately identify the locations that are in need of service. And I think I would love to have any further discussion, but I don't want to occupy too much time. So any of the other questions would love to speak to as well, but I will hand it over to my colleagues now and look forward to further discussion.
Thank you, Alex. I'm going to turn it over to Meredith now.
Thank you. Again, Meredith Williams for AT&T, and I just want to say we appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this, including joining this panel as of this morning. And before I get started into some of the questions, AT&T alone has invested over $8.6 billion in our wired and wireless networks in California over the past 3 years. We deliver fiber to over 2.9 million customers right now in California, and so we believe that this is a really important initiative to be a part of. In general, NTIA developed a very robust set of policy guidance around the challenge process, and we encourage the Commission to adopt that challenge process to the extent that they can as written. In particular, I want to focus in on one of the points that my colleague Alex made, which is allowing at least 30 days for the challenge and rebuttal period, especially in a state like California. It's a very large state, and we want to make sure that challengers are able to have sufficient time to submit challenges and that there's sufficient time to provide the data necessary for rebuttals. So that is the one place where it's slightly above the minimum required in the challenge notice, but we think that's really important in a state like California. I would also say, to the extent that the Commission wants to adopt the speed challenge module, we would encourage it to apply to locations served by fiber. As we know, fiber provides a consistent upload and download speed, and so that should be sufficient to make clear whether or not that location is served. I know that some of the other panelists today have talked about providing challenges from individuals, and we encouraged, as is written in the NTIA notice, for those challenges to be directed through local governments or nonprofits. And we would agree with our other panelists who suggest that this data be available at address level and for the purpose of providing to providers, that is provided at a broadband serviceable location data point, because that will make it most efficient for us to respond to those challenges. And finally, I would just touch on the question related to enforceable commitments, and we think it's incredibly important that all enforceable commitments at the state, local, and tribal level are included up front in the deduplication process, and that those locations are taken off the map for the purposes of BEAD, so that this funding, while incredibly large, will be able to reach as many other locations as possible in the state of California. And with that, I will turn back over the time.
Thank you. Lance, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioner, Director, Judge, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. We've heard a lot of talk here about last mile and broadband serviceable locations and how those challenges go, both in bulk or in part. I support the earlier comments on making it easiest for the consumer. We've put together a fair amount of effort trying to bring consumers to the table, but the process is arduous to get them to do so. And so making that more seamless, more easy, either at the city or county level would be very helpful. But I hear a lot here about wireless, fixed wireless, and whatnot in the last mile. I don't hear a lot about how we address fixed wireless, licensed fixed wireless in the middle mile, and how that affects all last mile subscribers, regardless of what the marketed speed to them are. And so I feel like the modules for speed tests are important, but they have to be, again, accessible to consumers or developed into a way that can be used as a network probe, in essence, for a municipality to distribute so that they're transparent to the consumer and operated on a regular basis. Again, we've tried unsuccessfully to push consumers to CalSpeed. The website itself is kind of a turnoff for folks that are concerned about security and phishing. So providing those tools so that the data can be fed back to the PUC in real tangible terms is important. We support UCLA and open source testing. However, a lot of that data is quite sparse in the regions we're looking at. And so the sample size is not good enough, we believe, to represent reality on the ground. So I'd ask that as we consider the modules and speed tests, how we make that more usable, both from a challenger's perspective, from a municipality's perspective, and from ISP and consumer's perspective. I agree with your earlier comments on timing. However, I would like to suggest that we have at least 60 days for each stage of this. There's a lot of data to parse in many of these cases, and so we need as much time as possible to get that feedback in and give valid data, not rush data. And then I would like to just speak a little bit about the existing mapping and what California and the PUC intends to provide as tools. As some have commented on the FFA maps, they seem somewhat disconnected from reality in the way that data comes in, where some areas are served and others are not served, in particular with the same middle mile in between, and how we can work together to further improve that data without having to touch every record in the BSL files or the NTIA data. So. Thank you all.
Thank you for the comments. I believe that we have Mr. Matt Rantanen online. And so I'd like to go back and provide him an opportunity to provide some comments.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Appreciate you inviting me. So I wanted to touch on a couple things. The speed test issue, obviously it's a very valuable metric, but we think latency should be included in that because latency allows us to do things that we're doing today, which is participate from remote and engage in bidirectional video interactions. I think, that's a highly valuable metric to add to speed tests. And then, specifically, there's a question, how should the commission apply the definition of an enforceable commitment area to tribal lands? Tribal lands definition is, includes a lot more than just the reservation boundary. A lot of tribal members live outside of that reservation boundary, but in the local area. Historical tribal homelands extend far beyond the reservation boundaries. So a lot of traditional areas where population densities are for the tribes exist around and outside reservation space. So when tribes build networks, they intend to serve their community. outside of their reservation spaces. So I think we ought to look at that definition more closely and not just limit that to the reservation that's been dictated by the federal government. The next piece of a tribal, access to a tribal land for a non-tribal carrier or provider should require consent from the tribe, and that is in the form of a tribal resolution. Tribal resolution is a mechanism which the tribal council government of a tribe enacts, effectively equated to an act of Congress at the U.S. government level, not an executive order. So the actual sitting tribal government votes on a process or a measure to accept or deny access to their tribal lands for the specific purposes of serving their community. And we feel that the commission should not, and the BEAD program should not endorse any or accept any applications that say they're going to serve tribal land without consent of that tribe. And I'll leave my comments to that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan real quick to see if there's anything that we need to know about what's happening online.
Good morning, everyone. There are several comments online that I will just summarize. One question is, there's a question from a local county or from a county government that wants to know how they will be able to know which are the unserved locations in light of the recent FFA applications. And I think what they're really searching for is how to get access to address level specific information so they're better equipped to be able to participate in the process. Another comment is from, I believe, a service provider. They're wanting to demonstrate service in an area. Does the provider have to show that it actually provides service to all locations, or only that service is available for all locations in the area? And then the last comment is from another service provider that generally agrees with AT&T's comments about the NOFO with regards to reliable broadband service and encourages the CPUC to follow the directions, the guidance set forth in the NOFO. Those are the comments that we have from online.
Commissioner, at this time, would you like to ask any, that is our complete panel on this. Do you have any questions that you would like to discuss?
I believe that Ken Lewis from Scenic is online, and I don't know if he had anything that he wanted. Kim Lewis, okay.
And Kim, this is Jonathan. If you can send me a chat, I can make you a presenter so you can engage. Thank you.
While that's happening, Marina, I don't know, we heard a little bit about some of the information on address level information, and I didn't know if you could share anything from NTIA level about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So really appreciate that question and that point made by Patrick. I do not control how the United States government has entered into contracts to share its broadband data. So I'm just going to say that off the top of my head in terms of like what can be changed and what cannot be. NTIA and FCC are contracting with CostQuest as the basis for the licensing and the data. One thing that I want to note is there's a couple different types of licenses and a couple different types of licenses that CostQuest is making available within the context of the BEAD program for participation. So one that's already been out there for a while is a Tier D license. That Tier D license is primarily for broadband service providers that are going to be potential sub-grantees. Recently, they've also made available a request for a Tier E license, and that's primarily aimed at nonprofits and local governments and other organizations that aren't broadband service providers that want to participate in the challenge process and need access to that fabric data. So I have sent the link to CPUC. It's something I can definitely follow up with. there's still going to be time when it comes to, right, we're still in the process of CPUC can't start its challenge process until we approve their initial proposal, and they still have to turn it in and all of these types of things. But it's one thing to think about is making sure that your organization, nonprofit, local government has access or knows how to get access to this Tier E license. You need an FRN, which is like an FCC kind of number that I don't know the acronym for off the top of my head. And so I know that can take, you know, a little bit to put in a request, get them to send it back to you. I'm totally open to working with people to make sure they get the resources they need to be able to challenge the map as part of this process, which includes location level data, and I'm sure the CPUC is as well. And they're probably going to put out even more extensive step-by-step processes and documentations as we're moving forward. There's also a couple states that are going to run their challenge process first, so hopefully there's going to be some good lessons learned from getting access to that data in states like I think Louisiana, it's currently open, so that we can hopefully avoid some of those issues for other challengers in California when we get to our process. But there is going to hopefully be a way to get that location level data that Patrick is referencing in advance of participation in the challenge process in order to fully participate.
Thank you, Marina. It sounds like, Carl, you may be speaking on behalf of the Transportation Commission.
You are psychic, Maria. That's a gift. Yes, I just checked with Jonathan after receiving a text from the commission to speak, wearing my vice chair hat, but I'll wait until you tell me it's appropriate.
No,
Jonathan asked me to step up to the document.
Absolutely. Any questions about Marina's comments or anything before we turn it over to Carl?
One question more on the files available from CostQuest and NTIA, and it comes back to how we feed data back. In terms of availability and speed, is it possible that that could be used to supplement the data on poor downtime, and if so, at what threshold in terms of availability? So we heard earlier about 24 hours out of 365 days. If it's some threshold below that, would that be a fair way to report data back, or does it have to be something completely outside this process?
Do you mean in terms of utilizing that data for the challenge process? Okay. I think that's something that would need to be proposed by the state, and then the state would need to determine the data set it's using to determine that those areas receive under, have the sort of don't meet the outage threshold, right? And so I'm less familiar with reporting data on service reliability for the FCC and like what it shows you and what it doesn't. I know that CPUC collects its own data, so like maybe it's proposing to use its own data set, but I think that would be something that the state would have to clearly identify in its initial proposal, like we are using this data set, overlying it in X, Y, Z in way. It's collected by the FCC, it's collected by us, it's collected by whatever, and then propose using that as an overarching layer. In terms of incorporating that as part of the sort of data that's already part of sort of the download portals and stuff like that, I think that's probably going to be a more specific cost question. But I think that the key thing is that when NTIA is evaluating any proposal for additional modifications outside of the already approved model challenge process, that it's going to want details on the data set that's being used, how it's collected, and how it's being overlaid to make those determinations.
Thank you.
And I believe Judge Fagola may have a follow-up question. Are you sure? Okay.
I think Natalie Gonzalez of CCF has her hand up. Do we want to wait?
Yes.
Okay.
By all means, Carl. Where's yours?
Maria, thank you. And Commissioner Houck, thanks for leading this proceeding, and to the Administrative Law Judge Glagola as well. Thank you for your team, and for the NTIA to be here as well, and partnership is terrific. And in that spirit of partnership, as many of you may know, the California Transportation Commission, on which I'm honored to serve as vice chair and has served for 17 years, is one of the named public agencies in the governor's 2020 executive order to ensure universal service, 100% of our unserved and underserved population throughout our state. Overwhelmingly, that's in our most rural areas as well as tribal nations and stranded streets in our urban areas. And Patrick, your comments were spot on. I look forward to working with you wearing both my day job hat as well as vice chair of the California Transportation Commission. I wanted to underscore that goal that we mutually have and that the commission certainly has. According to the CostQuest information, the consultant for our PUC, there are 302,000 unserved and underserved broadband serviceable locations in our state. Those are primarily families. And at 3.14 Californians per family, that's nearly 3 million out of 39 million people in our state that are unserved and underserved. As Patrick so articulately reminded us, both Senate Bill 156, which calls for at least 98% of all California families, not only statewide, but in 6 of the regions of California, have affordable, reliable, high-speed service. And that's a goal we can achieve if we're all working together. From the perspective of the commission, it's also a green strategy to meet California's ambitious but appropriate greenhouse gas reduction strategies, because when people have that reliable, affordable, high-speed service, we can work from home, be educated from home, have telehealth from home, have emergency response and public safety services from our homes, and those are all essential to the 21st century life and economy. So we are here to work with you in that way at the commission because we have to get this right. The bipartisan infrastructure law is clear, 100% of unserved and underserved. States can prioritize, but it's still 100% of the unserved and underserved. The bipartisan infrastructure law also refers to itself as once in a lifetime. So let's take advantage of this opportunity to work together with the goals of SB 156, once in a lifetime, the bipartisan infrastructure law, once in a lifetime, and the governor's executive order for 100%. And we're here to walk with you in that journey to make sure it's accomplished.
Thank you, Vice.
And later today, that text was from our CTC to come forward. Later today, I'll be wearing a different hat, and I don't want to confuse which hat I'm wearing, nor do I want to lead to any confusion. So thank you, Maria. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Natalie, I see your hand raised online. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just had a quick clarifying question for NTIA regarding the Tier E with the fabric maps. Do you mind reiterating that one more time? I just want to make sure my notes are correct before I ask a follow-up question.
Yes, so that there is a Tier E license available through CostQuest for location-level data access to the FCC broadband fabric. That is available as a tool for organizations who want to participate in the challenge process.
Okay, I just want to reiterate from the community engagement side that a lot of the maps resources and the availability of them really do favor ISPs. So just wanted to reiterate the commission to take into account that community engagement on this is a priority for us.
Yes, and we hear that, and we do definitely want to do community engagement. We have what is a short period of time to get these rules out as compared to some of our other proceedings, but we are going to do our very best to go out and meet with communities. I've met with folks in Oakland at least once. I'm hoping to get out there again. I've also planning to be down in Los Angeles and working with my staff now to talk about how we can expand community engagement over the next couple of weeks to make sure that we have that information, and again, want everybody at the table to participate in that so that we can all work together to make this the most effective program that we possibly can to get as much broadband deployed to those that need it the most as possible. So thank you for the comments on the community engagement. We hear you, and we are going to follow up. And Maria, I know that Mr. Roswell in the back had wanted to make a comment, if that's okay, and I know that Judge Glickle also
Come on up to the podium. In the meantime, I think Marina has something else to add.
Yeah, I just want to say that part of the initial proposal that's going to go out, the CPUC must define how it's going to do outreach for the challenge process, including for these other types of entities. So I really encourage you, particularly CCF, but everyone who's listening, thinking about what you want to see, what that engagement looks like, and then making sure you provide that feedback to the CPUC as part of the initial proposal, whether that's formally or informally, so they know what resources to give you, because that is a requirement of the program. The last thing that I'm being frantically texted by my team is that I'm supposed to mention that the Tier E license is free. So I want to make sure that I emphasize that because I don't think that's been the case universally for all broadband data across time and space.
Thank you, Marina. Would you kindly introduce yourself and your affiliation?
Sure. Patrick Rossball here for the Small X, and for those who don't know, this is a group of 13 rural ILECs throughout the state that serve some of the most hard-to-reach areas, high-cost areas, and are very interested in pursuing fiber deployment in these areas and are actively doing that using many programs and the company's own money. I just had a few, I think 3 comments, and in part to address Commissioner Houck's question and also to respond to some of the things we've heard here. The first thing is I would urge the Commission to focus on speed tests as the way to challenge these projects and not get captured by subscription data. I think Greenlining said it well, and my fellow Patrick from Oakland. It should not be necessary to look at what people's bills look like, what specific services they're purchasing. And if this were in the telephone context, that's just clearly CP&I. It's not subject to any exception. I mean, Public Utilities Code 2891 would prevent somebody from providing that even to the Commission without an order, specific order. And, the federal regime, 47 U.S.C. 222, similarly, would prevent that on the federal side. And even though there are some nuances about broadband not necessarily applying, or CP&I not necessarily applying to broadband, we should all view that stuff as highly personal data as far as what someone's actually subscribing to. So you should base it on tests. And I think that's the most important thing anyway, because it's what measures what the network is actually capable of. And I won't go into too much detail, but if you're talking about social engineering things and phishing type expeditions that can harm consumers, knowing exactly what they're ordering can facilitate that, which is why that sort of thing should be considered CP&I. Second point, I guess, building on Commissioner Houck's question, as far as DSL, the Small X are in a transition moment here and are moving toward fiber, but they do have significant DSL at this moment. I think it would not be appropriate to consider DSL to be categorically excluded from the perspective of determining whether something meets 25.3, which I think is the underserved category, or rather, if you're below that, you would be considered unserved. If you bond enough pairs, you can get to 25.3 using DSL. So that really shouldn't be categorically excluded from that perspective. I think that if you're talking about 100/20, that's a much more reasonable thing to say, that only fiber can get you in any reasonable way to that level, unless you're right next door to the central office or something. So I think there's a real distinction there, but I think if you're focused on speed tests as part of this challenge process, you don't need to wonder whether DSL is categorically excluded or not. And so I would urge the Commission just to focus on that as the way to determine this. And I guess the last point, which is something that didn't come up too much on this panel, is just when we think about enforceable commitments at the state level and the federal level, I want to make sure that the Commission considers all of the things that the Small X are doing and are subject to. So There's obviously recently been enhanced ACAM. There's ACAM 1, there's ACAM 2. Those are federal commitments that are very clear. And if someone's made those commitments, there shouldn't be a BEAD project on top of that. There are also high-cost loop support commitments, and there are Connect America Fund, CAF BLS commitments on the federal level. And I guess more importantly, and I'm saying this having just reviewed all of the FFA proposals, there are a ton of overbuild projects in there. And if small X are willing to spend their own money as part of rate cases to deploy fiber in an area, subject to, a return on those investments through the rate-making process, the commission shouldn't be awarding BEAD money on top of that. And so in a rate case, I would just urge you to also consider that to be an enforceable commitment. If the commission says, yes, you should go build this, the fact that it isn't directly linked to a grant program shouldn't make a difference. And I would just ask you to consider if in a rate case, a small EC were to say, I'm going to go build something and I'm going to tell you I'm going to do this in the test year, so maybe that's next year. If someone didn't do it, if they just blew it off and didn't do it, I am certain that the commission would consider that to be an enforcement issue. So it's an enforceable commitment. It's not a grant program, but it is an enforceable commitment. So I would just urge you to look at that. And it also just isn't a reasonable allocation of resources to be approving projects through the rate case process and then approving competitors on top of it. So those were my comments. I don't know if that prompts any questions, but I just wanted to make sure that the small EC issues are considered.
Thank you. Marina, do you have a comment?
Just really fast in the context of the BEAD challenge process, I want to clarify that enforceable commitments and planned service are two separate challenge process categories, right? So enforceable commitment refers to if you have like a ready to authorize notice or letter specifically, but planned service is on the model challenge process is something that providers can specifically claim for if they have planned service in an area. There are rules around that, and I mean, it has to be rebuttable, right? If you claim you're going to plan service somewhere, so people can rebut that, and then you also have to provide evidence, right? Like permits or building contracts or things that show that the development is already in the process of taking place. But I think that there's been some confusion between those categories, so I just want to make sure that, the evidence requirements and what those are categorized are different based on whether it's like a grant or whether it's planned service by a provider in an area.
Just briefly on that point, I think what I'm expressing is that insofar as the commission approves projects through the rate case process, it may in fact be both of those categories. Mm-hmm. And I'm certainly aware of the other category, and I take your point. It's important to keep those separate, but it may in fact be both grounds.
Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly respond to this question about not the enforceable commitments part, but the plans to build part. I'd remind the commission that the legislature actually removed the right of first refusal provision from the CSS statute because of providers' long history of saying, oh yes, we're going to build there any day now, and then not doing it. And it also say that I agree with Mr. Rosenfeld that the commission might take action if a provider failed to meet a commitment, but that action may not result in those folks having service, and it could be a fine, right? It could be clawing back money. And in the event, there's going to be an unreasonable delay before we finally get deployment to those customers. So I just ask that we be mindful of that.
Thank you, Paul. Commissioner, now we have an opportunity, if you have any further questions for...
I wanted to give Judge Glagola an opportunity to ask his questions first.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to follow up with you, Ms. Williams, and one, thank you for joining us and at the last minute. Maybe I wanted to ask Commissioner Houck's question, at least how I interpret it a little bit differently. Does AT&T have a position on the DSL module?
I would say more generally, all of us providers who are building fiber are looking to modernize our networks. And so to the extent that this would incentivize more modern networks across, these locations, we would be we would not object to that module.
I know we heard comments, and I believe it was from Cal Broadband, about 30 business days or 45-day challenge opportunity. Could we hear from some of the community-based organizations and the local governments on whether they agree with that time frame, or what you think the appropriate time frame would be regarding the challenge process? And this may be a question for RCRC, and I see Tracy here. As far as counties that may want to challenge, if they are not on the service list, is RCRC helping to coordinate to make sure that any counties that may want to challenge are going to know in time to be able to meet those time frames?
Thank you. Tracy Ryan, Rural County Representative of California. We represent 40 rural counties in California. And through a JPA, Golden State Connect Authority, we have applied for 37 individual jurisdiction projects through the federal funding account. As we move forward, so your question, Commissioner, in helping disperse the information about challenges and help coordinate with our counties, I think that we can definitely fulfill that role, and we can discuss exactly what that looks like with our counties. Obviously, we are in close communication as we move forward with our proposed projects. And as you know, we have two counties here today that can speak probably more directly to those efforts. But yes, I think that's something that the statewide associations, including California State Association of Counties, can also help with.
Speaking on behalf of some small counties, I think that if we were to extend the challenge period to 30 business days or 45 calendar days, that may not be necessary, but I think that's also dependent on the size of the counties. As an example, a couple of the projects in Inyo and Mono counties are going to cover 450 locations. So if somebody's challenging an area with 450 locations, they don't need 45 days to do that. But, you know, we're not LA County either.
Yeah, just to add in briefly, having gone through the process of acquiring a license through CostQuest, it is not a simple process. And the data that you get back, it's not like a map that you can pull up. You need a GIS specialist to apply the file that you get from CostQuest into a map. It's quite complicated, and I think one of the challenges we faced as a community is just making sure we have clarity as soon as possible on what is the burden of proof that's going to be placed on communities, municipalities, or nonprofits to submit a viable challenge. If we get the guidance and that initiates the clock on the challenge window, it is remarkably difficult in a city with 36,000 unconnected households to collect data at scale when you have no clarity up to the start of the clock. So for me, I'm less concerned about the duration of the window and more concerned about how soon can the City of Oakland, and through our partnership with OUSD schools and other trusted anchor institutions and the nonprofits we work with, have crystal clarity that the Herculean effort it's going to take to demonstrate the reality of the experiences of our community members can be gathered and put together and uploaded within that window. And you know, we're still awaiting some clarity on what that process looks like. And as currently the comment window on the CPUC map, we've submitted challenges through that mechanism for 5 months and still haven't heard back. So just as expeditiously as possible, getting us guidance on what burden of proof we're going to meet, and please make that a reasonable burden of proof given the concentration of need.
I see someone at the podium. If you could state your name and your affiliation.
Sure, Lindy Grood. I'm a project manager for broadband for Tuolumne County. I just want to echo the idea that more time is better. It is a resource issue. Mr. Armstrong and I are oddities. There are not many rural counties that have people dedicated to this to the extent that we are. So having extra time would be beneficial, I think, to those other counties.
Thank you. Commissioner?
I don't know if Matt Rantanen is still on. If Matt's there, I have a question just about the.
I am.
Hey, I'm Matt. For the tribal resolution and tribal commitment, we obviously are very committed to respecting tribal sovereignty and ensuring that the tribes are on board for projects that include tribal lands, and appreciate your comments regarding ancestral territory or members that may be served off tribal land. I also understand that there may be either carriers or other entities that are working with tribes to provide services as well. So if a resolution may not be able to be in hand at the time the applications are due, but a project is in process, how do we balance ensuring that the tribal projects where tribes want to be considered are considered while ensuring that we do get that documentation and commitment from the tribe? Is there any flexibility that you may be able to see for purposes of submitting the application, but having the documentation in place before the award is given if there's sufficient information showing that there is a real and viable project that the tribe is participating in?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. So a letter of intent that says that the tribe is going through the process of developing a resolution to support the project or support the carrier's efforts, and it will be turned in by the time of the award or to determine the award, I think is appropriate. But the concern we have, I think, and what we've seen is the nature of trying to get, putting pressure on tribes that don't have access to broadband from a carrier perspective. When a carrier is looking at a sum of money for a census block or a service area and needing that tribal sign off, we want to make sure that it goes to the tribal government, that the tribal government gets their say on it, that the presentation from the carrier is in line with the tribal needs for the communication efforts that are needed there. And many tribes are interested in building out their own communications and aren't interested in an outside vendor coming in and serving their community. And they're going to have those conversations with carriers that are engaging tribes that intend to serve those service or those census blocks. And so it is a negotiation and and an interaction process with that tribal government. We need to make sure that they're not getting signed off by somebody that's just a generic tribal member, that is actually somebody that is engaged in the government. The government actually goes through a process and develops, through their mechanisms, a way to document that they have signed on to or consented to the build out. So a letter of intent, but with the restriction that a resolution would come in time for that award.
No, thank you for that. Marina, did you have anything you wanted to add?
The only thing I wanted to note on the tribal side was just some of the structure of the program, not actually feedback on that specific point, but, because when we're talking about tribal consent in terms of the challenge process, what we're talking about is an enforceable commitment on the map being removed if it covers tribal lands, if the tribal government didn't consent to it, because I don't think that there's a tribal consent requirement in a lot of other federal programs. So the big one that we've seen this happen with is RDOF, for example, right? So under our program rules, you do have to deduplicate RDOF, and the FCC can't, or NTIA can't make the FCC require tribal consent for their own programs, right? But what is possible is that the tribe could submit a letter for the challenge process, and I think Matt's making some really good points about like who is submitting that letter under what context and making sure it's the right, the right contact, saying we do not consent to this RDOF project being built on our lands. And that can be submitted to NTIA as a waiver, and so it could come off the map, right? So that there's not like a specific type of other federal enforceable commitment blocking tribes from receiving funding for a project that they don't consent to. So that's it through the context of the challenge process. Then is when we're moving to, I just want to note that for the context of BEAD projects themselves, formal tribal consent resolution is 100% required in order to receive funding for a project. The commission has some flexibility in terms of when they can require that in the process. So it could be at the time of application, but it has to be into NTIA by the final proposal. And so I think that's one thing I really want to make sure tribes know. So if we're talking about two competing proposals on tribal lands, the project that does not have tribal consent will not be moving forward. And so I think that's an important thing for tribes to know and understand in the context of the BEAD program, separate from how we're trying to deconflict projects on tribal land with enforceable commitments in the challenge process. Does that make sense, or did I just confuse everything more?
No, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, so the bottom line is we need the tribal resolution before an award can be provided, but we have some flexibility to work with tribes depending on where they are in the process and what they're looking at. And to the extent a tribe wants to challenge the map or a location, I guess the one concern I have, and I don't know, Matt, if you can offer any insight, is just information to know what the timing is, and based on the resolution requirement, though, I think it's unlikely that we're going to get applications for projects that haven't worked with tribes, because that would be a problem for the project ultimately. But just being able to ensure that we have the appropriate information getting to the right people in time to participate if they want to participate.
Yeah, I mean, tribes, you know, they can move slower than the normal process, but when there is an opportunity for engagement, you know, they make exceptions. I mean, they typically meet on a regular interval, and most tribes meet weekly, if not more than that. So, I mean, there is an opportunity to get this in the process, but my concern would be that somebody would say, oh, we're serving these tribal census blocks, and then not ever engage the tribe until the last minute and put pressure on the tribe to try to get a tribal resolution last minute, rather than start now. If you truly are trying to include those census blocks, have an engagement with the tribe, you know, potentially a letter of intent then, and then, you know, actually work with the tribe on the process. Because a lot of what we've seen in the past is, oh, we're going to serve you. Oh, we know what your needs are here. This is what you need, and you'll be fine. When that's not fine at all. And what the tribe actually has a plan, you know, especially lately, we've been developing broadband plans for our communities so that we can address these issues ourselves. But we may have a broadband plan that totally dovetails into a carrier's efforts that might take the burden off of us, and we'd want to partner with that carrier. But if that carrier doesn't have that conversation up front and there's no tribal consent, that we don't, you know, we're not getting a solution that works for us. So I think that's the concern, is to make sure that the engagement happens and to ensure throughout the process that it's not a last minute pressure to sign a resolution just to get service, or you're never going to get service kind of an attitude.
No, thank you. I appreciate that, and that's important information for us to consider. And then I don't know, Rob or Judge Gligola, Ben, do you have any questions?
Any final thoughts before we?
Marina, I think Judge Gligola has a question.
Yeah, I just. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Messick, that we had everything that you presented today. It was already in your comments, so that we have it on the record. Is it already? Because I haven't read it lately. I don't, so forgive me for not reading everything or remembering, but I just wanted to make sure, is the stuff that you presented, is that content already like in comments that you filed with us?
Quite a bit of it is, but in the ensuing time from when we submitted the comments to now, we've learned a lot more, and so there may be some additional information I can provide to amend and provide that additional context.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And I'm also an Oaklander, so. Yeah.
And certainly, if there are comments that we weren't able to get to for whatever reason in this panel, everyone is more than welcome to submit those as part of their comments as well. So just want to give a couple more minutes to see if there's any final thoughts or questions to or from the commissioner and comments from our panel. Okay. So I'd like to propose that we take a, since we're getting close here to lunchtime, that we take a slightly longer lunch. I think we had planned from noon to 1. Is that, would you be amenable?
I would be, but before we do that, I know that we don't typically start with public comment at the beginning of the day, so I don't know if there is any comments or from anyone in the room or online that they may want to make just before we break. I just want to make sure we're hearing from everyone.
Commissioner, we do have one individual, Jim Luhanen, I'm probably mispronouncing his name, and he has his hand raised. So if we could promote him to a presenter, then he can go ahead and provide his comments.
You all hear me now?
Yes, we can. If you could just tell us your name and your affiliation, please.
Jim Luchohan, President, CEO of Love Catalina Island. We're Catalina Island's Tourism Authority and Chamber of Commerce, and one of 3 nonprofits and a handful of other community stakeholders engaged in trying to improve reliability of internet service on Catalina Island. Should I go to my notes?
Proceed. Yes, you may, sir. Sorry.
On the island, we suffer from a lack of reliable service. We suffer from a lack of redundancy of service types. We often experience outages earlier this year for multiple days due to that lack of redundancy. We find that we are repeatedly falling outside the funding scope of yours or other funding sources due to our location, often even being left entirely off of maps. We suffer from misrepresentation on last mile speeds as advertised versus received due to the middle mile limits that we are subject to. And with great interest, we are wondering how we can be included in the community outreach that Member Hauk mentioned. That's all.
And we can work with our staff and reach out to you and see what we can do to set up a time to hear from your community.
Thank you.
Any other folks here joining us or online that wish to provide comments before our break? Seeing none. Correct? Nobody online either. So with that, we can adjourn and come back, and we just want to thank our panelists very much for your time, for your participation here. Really appreciate you being here and contributing to this. And we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, and just remind everyone that we will be publishing the proposal soon, and we really do encourage and need your input, so please provide comments on the proposal when it's issued. There'll be a 30-day comment period, but we do have a short turnaround time, so please do review it and provide your feedback. We need that to make it the best possible proposal possible.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome back. My name is Ali Ashraghi, Program and Project Supervisor for BEAD, and we are going to start the second panel, the first panel in the afternoon, project selection. So we're going to have a short staff presentation on this, but before that, maybe I ask all the panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe start with Carl on this side.
Delighted, Ali, and thank you. I think, there I go. Is my sound system working?
It is.
Great. Thank you. Honored to be here today. I want to thank the administrative law judge for reaching out a couple of days ago for this invitation. My name's Carl Guardino. I'm Vice President of Global Government Affairs and Policy for Tirana Wireless, which is a technology company, not an internet service provider, that was founded and is headquartered here in Silicon Valley, 26 PhDs, 400 employees, and 1 political science major.
Great to have you. Samuel?
Good morning, or good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Eklund. I'm of Wilkie Farr & Gallagher. I'm counsel to Comcast and here on behalf of Cal Broadband.
Good afternoon. I'm Meredith Williams here representing AT&T. Thanks for having us.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Armstrong. I'm from Inyo County, and I'm the Regional Broadband Coordinator for Inyo and Mono counties.
Hello, everyone. My name is Georgia Savage. I'm here representing Oakland Undivided as the Deputy Director.
Hello, Caroline Siegel-Sink, and representing the Greenlighting Institute.
Eileen Odell, representing the Public Advocate's Office.
Thank you to all our in-person panelists. Now let's turn into our virtual panelists. We have 3 online people who are going to be with us for this panel. So I'm asking the people online to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Gao from Communications Workers of America, District 9. We're a labor union representing workers who work building and maintaining broadband networks.
Matthew Rantanen, Director of Technology for Southern California Travel Chairmen's Association.
Shana England, Director of the Digital Equity Initiative at the California Community Foundation.
Thank you all. Before we start this discussion on this topic, let's have a short presentation on this topic from Ben.
Great. Thank you, Ali, and thank you again to all of our panelists and attendees in the room and online. This panel will focus on project selection rules. Next slide, please. So there are multiple project selection requirements that are specified in the Notice of Funding Opportunity, or NOFO, that our rules that are established in the initial proposal will have to optimize and balance. Some of these include prioritizing complete coverage of unserved locations, then underserved locations, and then providing gigabit service to community anchor institutions and funding non-deployment subgrants. So that prioritization is a requirement that the state establish a plan to serve unserved locations as defined in the statute, then underserved locations, and then gigabit service to community anchor institutions as funding permits. Another requirement that our project selection rules will have to optimize for is to solicit applications on a geographic basis that will achieve complete coverage of locations. And so this is potentially a little different from some of the other state broadband grant programs where applicants have been free to draw their own project areas. One of the specific things that NTIA is looking for in our initial proposal is an understanding that project areas will encourage applications for all unserved locations and not allow cherry picking. Another requirement that has to be prioritized as part of project selection is to prioritize fiber deployment as much as is feasible, as well as prioritizing what the NOFO defines as reliable broadband technologies where feasible. We'll have a panel a little bit later today on establishing the extremely high cost per location threshold, which is an integral part of both of those, of both prioritizing fiber and reliable broadband technologies. But in general, BEAD has a preference for fiber. It's fiber first, but it's not fiber only. And then finally, I want to highlight that the project selection rules must utilize a subgrantee selection scoring criteria or a rubric of points that are aligned with the BEAD NOFO program goals. And the next slide gets into some of these in more specifics. So the scoring requirements for BEAD are in part established by the NOFO and in part are free for us to determine as part of the initial proposal. In selecting subgrantees, the CPUC must utilize a scoring rubric of points and award subgrantees on the basis of that scoring. The scoring rubric is split into primary scoring criteria and secondary scoring criteria, again established by the NOFO. The primary scoring criteria must account for at least 75% of available points according to the rubric. And these are defined by the NOFO as minimum BEAD program outlay, affordability, and fair labor practices. For the minimum BEAD program outlay primary scoring criterion, that refers to the total BEAD funding required for the project's completion. The affordability primary scoring criterion is specifically defined as the most affordable total price to the customer for 1 gigabit symmetrical service for priority broadband projects, and that means end-to-end fiber projects, or for 120 megabits per second service for other last-mile broadband deployment projects, so non-fiber deployments. And then finally, the NOFO requires us to prioritize fair labor practices, meaning a record and commitment to be in compliance with federal labor and employment laws, as well as applicable state labor and employment laws. So those three criteria need to be part of the primary scoring criteria and must be the basis for at least 75% of our scoring rubric. The secondary scoring criteria cannot count for more than 25% of all points, and no secondary criterion may count more than any primary scoring criterion. So the NOFO defines two specific secondary scoring criteria, but allows definition of additional secondary criteria that meet those requirements. The NOFO defines a speed to deployment secondary criterion, which applies to both priority broadband projects and non-priority and other last mile broadband deployment projects. And that means the binding commitment to complete deployment by a date certain. So the faster the project can be completed, the more points it would get. The other secondary scoring criterion defined in the NOFO is the speed of network or other technical capabilities criterion, and this only is required to apply to other last mile broadband deployment projects, so non-fiber projects. And this requires prioritization based on the greater scalability or longer useful life of the technology funded. So essentially the speed of the speed that the technology can support and other technical characteristics can result in additional points. As I mentioned, within the context of secondary scoring criteria and within the context of these defined scoring criteria that are required, the CPUC may define other scoring criteria in evaluating projects. Next slide. So finally, after soliciting applications on a project area basis that will encourage complete coverage, the CPUC must engage in certain post-application activities before making awards. These include deconflicting overlapping applications if necessary, so to the extent that applicants are able to draw their own project areas that could potentially overlap, the CPUC must conduct a deconfliction process to allow like-for-like comparison of competing proposals and scoring between those projects. The CPUC must also score the applications and determine the winners for areas with applications received. And then finally, for areas that did not receive applications, the NTIA is encouraging states to engage prospective subgrantees for any of those areas that did not receive applications and negotiate any necessary inducements to obtain applications for those locations. This process must be as transparent as possible and remain fair, particularly by defining rules for how that post-application inducement and negotiation process will function. But it is part of getting to complete coverage, even if areas do not receive applications. I believe that is my last slide.
Thank you, Ben. So now let's move to the next slide. These are the questions that we are going to discuss with our panelists. The question is going to be on the screen, but I'm just going to read them quickly. And then we are going to have the discussion, the same process as our first panel this morning, asking our panelists to limit their comments to 5 minutes. So I'm going to read the questions. If applicants are allowed to construct their own project areas, what mechanism should be used to 1, ensure complete coverage of unserved and or underserved locations, and 2, deconflict overlapping proposals. If project areas are predefined, are these pre-existing geographies such as counties, tribal lands, or cities that should be used, or should project areas be drawn based on clusters of unserved or underserved locations? How should the required scoring criteria, including affordability, labor standards, minimum BEAD outlay, speed to deployment, and technical capabilities be applied to individual projects and weighted within a rubric? Are there additional scoring criteria such as awarding points on the basis of equity or climate resilience that should be included? How should those points be awarded? In the post-application process, how should the Commission prioritize identifying applicants to remaining unserved or underserved locations not included in an application? What inducements should be used to encourage applications for those locations? Now we are going to start with our consumer advocates participants. We have 3 panelists on this: Eileen, Kaylee, and Caroline. So to start, and please limit your total comments to 5 minutes.
So thank you, Commission staff, Commissioner Houck. Thank you all for letting us speak today. I am speaking on behalf of the Public Advocates Office and in general on behalf of the Center for Accessible Technology and for TURN. Consumer advocates here are concerned with cherry picking, leaving out redlined and other historically disadvantaged communities. There's certainly nuance between our positions as consumer advocates on how to prevent this, and folks may expound upon those in comments. Cal Advocates believes that predefined project areas are the best way to efficiently ensure complete coverage of unserved locations and to generate apples-to-apples project comparisons within the BEAD timeline. Of the 12 states that have submitted their initial proposal, Volume 2, to the NTIA as of about 4 o'clock yesterday, all 12 have proposed predefined project area units based either on geographic or political boundaries like census blocks, census block groups, unified school districts, or based on commission-generated, state-generated clusters of unserved and underserved locations. All states but one require project proponents to apply to serve all eligible locations within those predefined project areas. Vermont requires 95%. The Commission should designate census block level project area units, allowing applicants to propose projects covering 1 or more census blocks, but committing to serve all eligible unserved locations in each census block applied for. Census block level project units allow applicants more flexibility in defining overall project areas given their relatively smaller size and would allow for greater participation from non-traditional providers. As the state of Louisiana noted in their draft initial proposal, Volume 2, this methodology allows prospective subgrantees wide flexibility to define their own proposed overall deployment projects, provided that such proposals are submitted in the form of sets of predefined project areas. I'm going to move in to talk about respond to the second question. However, there are too many scoring criteria to adequately cover all of them in this venue, so I'm going to focus on those that we consider of primary importance, and that's affordability. Our opening comments on the OIR filed on April 17th relay our preferences for the weight each scoring criteria should be afforded in a rubric, but in short, if the Commission does not intend to adopt comprehensive affordable rate plan requirements for low-income and middle-class Californians, given the mandate to ensure that BEAD-funded projects deliver affordable service, affordability should be the primary and most heavily weighted criterion applied when deciding between competing projects. This primary criterion should be applied to individual projects as an assessment of the relative affordability of plans offered at the 1 gigabit symmetric level, 500, 100 megabits per second level, 100, 100 level, and 120 megabits per second level. The Commission should assess affordability at each of these levels to induce applicants to propose lower rates for a wider range of plans than just the 1 gigabit plan referred to in the NOFO for priority broadband projects. The Commission should consider awarding points either only to the cheaper of the plans offered by each competing application at each speed threshold, or awarding points to each plan based on the proposed rates variation from a reference point, as proposed by the state of Illinois. The applicant should be required to commit to offering these rates at no more than proposed in the application for 5 years following project completion to earn those points. While the NOFO provides a bare-bone description of this comparison point, the Commission should consider aspects of the plan under comparison beyond price and speed, including any other initial or recurring costs to the customer or data caps. Plans that have marginally lower service costs, but that also have data caps or larger deposits or activation fees should not be preferred. That's a lot of detail for this response here, and I am going to yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak today, and I would like to note that my comments are focused on the questions pertaining to additional scoring criteria in the project selection process. As previously stated in our opening comments in April on the OER, we request that the Commission prioritize the direction of resources to disadvantaged communities, along with the provision of open access networks and lifetime affordability agreements for built infrastructure. Additional equity provisions are also needed in the final scoring criteria to ensure that the lowest income and most disadvantaged communities are well positioned to combat private sector disinvestment, which has allowed for the proliferation of the digital divide and digital redlining in many of these communities. We're also in support of a clearly defined rubric with additional points being offered for applicants who prioritize low-income communities of color using tools such as SEVI or CalEnviro Screen that are used for additional state programs being made publicly available to all applicants in order to encourage such equitable investments. And in the case of duplicative projects, we would support the final determinations being made in a manner that is equally minded of disadvantaged communities and prioritizes using either the SEVI or CalEnviro in eligible locations. And in a state as large as California, it is also essential that greater consideration is given to the climate resilience of proposed BEAD projects to maximize the impact of this once-in-a-lifetime federal investment. GLI is adamant in our request for greater affordability requirements for the full built life of federal broadband infrastructure projects, in addition to any other shorter-term affordability commitments. And we believe in the absence of meaningful affordability requirements that go beyond traditional short-term timeframes, this program could possibly not be a steward of taxpayer funds effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's turn to our online panelists. Kelly? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
How about now?
Great, we can hear you. Thanks.
Okay. Apologies for that. The Communications Workers of America, CWA is a labor union whose members are workers on broadband networks. I will speak on labor standards, a statute. CWA, we like to.
Sorry, you're cutting in and out.
I'm not sure what else I might change.
That seems better. Go ahead, hopefully.
Okay, I guess it's a physical thing. Apologies. So I will speak on labor standards, a statutory priority. We like to highlight the jobs part of the infrastructure. The BEAD NOFO requires that labor standards receive substantial weight, and CWA recommends that labor standards receive a third of the weight given to the 3 primary. Volume 2 proposals of other states released so far are similar. For example, Delaware allocating 20% and Nevada 20% to labor standards. As recognized by the state of California in its high road labor policies, labor standards support effective programs and uninterrupted build, and points allocated to labor standards are well spent, supporting multiple objectives. The Commission should also ensure the fair labor practices category is as effective as possible by adding additional factors to its consideration of plans to be in compliance, including prioritizing a directly employed workforce for broadband deployment, installation, and maintenance, robust in-house training programs, family sustaining wages and benefits, and policies that support job creation for tribal members and other disadvantaged communities. Additionally, collecting and publishing information regarding subgrantees' workforce plans is a simple way to multiply the benefits of labor standards requirements and allows the public and worker organizations to be an ally in enforcement and accountability. Thank you for your time and work on the program.
Thank you. So now we move on to our community reps on the panel. Scott.
I'm it. Good afternoon again. Scott Armstrong, Regional Broadband Coordinator for Inyo-Mono counties. So this is an interesting problem to solve from the perspective of the rural counties, because we realize that selecting projects to get the most coverage generally looks at larger populations. And when you're looking at towns of 19,000, 25,000, you know, you can make a case for that. When you're looking at counties of 12,000 and 19,000, it's a bit more of a challenge. So what I'd like to offer is what I saw as an intent in the FFA applications for the providers applying for grants to partner with county governments and tribal governments. I think that would be a useful scoring amount to include in this as well. I think what Matt Rantana described earlier with full awareness of what the project application is going to be would be critical. I think the intent of FFA was to get to that, but I think as we saw with our first round, it didn't quite get us what we needed. So I think that using the county governments and the tribal nations to really truly partner with the providers and award points for that partnership, I think that would help. The county governments and the tribal nations know where the gaps are, large or small. And it's easier for me to see the problem in my area because we have 19,000 people in our county, and it's the second largest by land county in the state. So as far as deconflicting overlapping applications, I think that would solve that problem. And I do like the idea of using census blocks or groups of census blocks as project definitions, primarily because the federal government and the state government already have so much information associated with that. It'll make it easier to associate data in maps and reports at that level. I think the county itself as a project area might be a little bit too large to focus on. I think I'd like to stop at that point, but thanks.
Thank you. So Georgia, next.
Great. Thank you again for inviting me here today. Georgia Savage from Oakland Undivided. In response to the first question, de-conflict overlapping proposals, I want to first uplift the comments made by my fellow panelist, Caroline from Greenlighting. Oakland Undivided agrees that in the case of overlapping proposals, the Commission should develop a point system that allows the CPUC to prioritize projects with the largest weight given to disadvantaged communities. And disadvantaged communities can be defined using existing metrics such as the 50% of communities with the highest SEVI score or Callen-Virus screen disadvantaged community. In the case of Oakland, this would certainly benefit the communities that have been historically redlined and we know have the least connected residents. For question 2, I also want to respond to that, particularly the question, should project areas be drawn based on clusters of unserved, underserved locations? In short, our answer is no. Project areas should not be drawn based on clusters of unserved, underserved locations. As I know many of you are aware, since February and as recent as yesterday at the California Broadband Council meeting, equity advocates from across the state have provided the CPUC with evidence of inaccurate data in the current FFA maps. And as seen from Patrick, who presented on panel 1, the visuals there show that the FFA maps have fabricated need in the wealthiest areas of our county. In Alameda County, that's Pleasanton, that's Dublin. And we've used the publicly available tools the ISPs have provided, such as Comcast and AT&T lookup tools, and we can verify that these locations are actually already being served at extremely high speeds. On the other end of that, we see understated needs in the lowest income historically redlined communities. And once again, Patrick presented our work with Hubble IQ and OUSD. We're using student Chromebooks to run speed tests at home. and in only 30 days, we were able to see density of red dots in East and West Oakland, these historically red line communities that vastly outnumber the dots that we see on the FFA map, and that was only in a time period of a month. On the topic of clusters, we're also seeing clusters in wealthier communities and more sparse dots in lower income communities, which makes these areas obviously more competitive for grants. So our primary question is, how will the process for creating this map be different from the creation of the FFA map? If it's created using the same process, we obviously expect the same results, which is a demonstrably inaccurate map that results in disparate impact. We understand that starting with the FCC fabric is rough given the inaccuracies there, but obviously NTIA has communicated we can use our best available data, so I want to uplift what Lindsay from CADE said in panel 1, that this is a really important juncture in which the CPUC can respond to these community calls for a transparent process of creating this map in partnership with the community, which we hope will reflect more on the ground truth. And lastly, question 4, additional scoring criteria, such as awarding points on the basis of equity. We want to refer to advocates, first of all, really encourage equity considerations in the rubric. However, we do want to reference that for last mile FFA rubric, section G, which was targeted at identifying communities, disadvantaged communities, and prioritizing those. Unfortunately, the last additions to the FFA scoring rubric diluted equity points in 2 critical ways. The first of which that there was no scoring gradient. So in nearly every other major category, such as match or type of partnership, the CPUC awarded partial points. But for this equity category, it was all or nothing. So applicants were either awarded the 20 points or not, which is obviously a sizable amount of points for that application. And if there's ever a category to award partial points, it's definitely the equity-based metric. So Cal and virus green communities are the most vulnerable and marginalized in the state, so the full 20 points should be awarded to those communities and reserved for those farthest from opportunity. The second point we want to raise is the definition for disadvantage. As it stood in the FFA definition, this could include California's wealthiest communities. So the CPUC was awarding the full 20 points to projects where 50% of the unserved locations are incredibly wealthy, so long as the least 50% of the locations are at or below 80% of the median household income, state or county, whichever is higher. So this led to some applicants cherry picking projects to ensure they receive the points. For example, in San Francisco, a project serving Noe Valley could earn that 20 points for disadvantaged communities so long as they included a sliver of the mission. And we believe this is inequitable and not the intention of this category. So to summarize, we do believe the points should be awarded on the basis of equity by including disadvantaged communities, but we need to make this a gradient score, and we need to redefine disadvantaged communities using the previously proposed definition, 50% of communities with the highest SEVI score or Cal and virus green disadvantaged community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's turn to Shayna England from CCF, who is with us remotely.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm going to stay off video because totally appropriately, I'm working in the field today with a community partner in downtown Los Angeles, where the internet is expensive and can best be described as iffy. so that you can continue to hear me, I'm going to stay off video. I'm Shayna England, Director of the Digital Equity Initiative at the California Community Foundation and co-convener of the Digital Equity LA Coalition. We're going to address the two questions regarding project area definitions and the 2 questions regarding scoring. Big picture, first, we do want to second the comments you heard this morning from my colleague Natalie, my fellow panelists just now, Georgia, and really all community advocates for quite some time now, that broadly the BEAD process, rules, and approach must be more inclusive of community-led ground-based truths and more consistently and effectively center equity than the federal funding account or other CASF funding programs have to date. And generally speaking, we encourage the commission to adopt as watchwords as they think about this as community, equity, and transparency. So getting to specifics, we believe that project applicants should broadly be allowed to define their own project areas around complete census blocks or census block areas, census block groups, But to protect against the demonstrated practice on the part of incumbent ISPs of cherry picking the most lucrative areas over those most in need, there should be an appealable requirement to serve every location in the chosen area, and a requirement to demonstrate that the project area encompasses the entirety of what could be locally defined as a community. So some examples of this that make this practicable: in the city of Los Angeles, there are neighborhood area councils with specific boundaries. In other cities, and actually in the city of LA, there are local electoral districts, city council or school board. And absent these kinds of official boundaries, affidavits or other community-based affirmations of what those boundaries are could serve. And on this, we also want to be very clear that we defer to tribal leaders regarding project areas in this way on and around tribal lands. Regarding the question of deduplicating locations in proposed project areas, we would advocate, in addition to what you've heard from our partners and who we second at Greenlighting and Oakland Undivided, we would advocate for a right of first refusal for projects that are municipal and community driven, then those that are partnered with municipal or community organizations, as the gentleman from Inyo mentioned. And in the case where duplication is versus to private providers, there's with no partners or any connection to municipal or public, preference should go to the applicant that scores the highest on equity, affordability, and labor metrics. We wholly reject basing basing project areas on clusters of unserved or underserved locations, given, as Georgia mentioned, the very well-documented reality that the state's mapping of those locations is consistently and systematically flawed, with imagined clusters of need and wealthy communities and disappeared need and low-income communities. Georgia mentioned examples in Alameda County. Here, where I'm sitting in LA, our community of Culver City, which is wholly served by Charter and by Ting and pockets from AT&T, has many dense clusters of showing need on the maps, whereas the community of MacArthur Park, which has about a 35% disconnected rate, and we have documented time and time again, large buildings serving low-income communities that have no service at all, on the maps show no need. We could come up with example after example after example. The existing maps and how the CPUC is looking at what is an unserved or underserved cluster is perhaps irretrievably broken. Affordability and labor standards, including local hire and equity, should be weighted significantly more heavily than speed to deployment and technical capabilities. Fast and inequitable is worse than slower and actually contributing to solving the digital divide. And with respect to affordability, we think the FFA model as originally envisioned is a reasonable starting point. Applicants should be required to commit to a maximum price for the life of the publicly funded infrastructure, with the requirement transferred in the event of a sale or merger, and with the price adjustable over time for inflation or other market-driven factors in collaboration with CPUC. We also want to flag here the underuse of the Commission's extensive affordability rulemaking. We urge an urgent updated report producing current areas of affordability concern and affordability ratio data for the state, and the use of the Public Advocate's Office recent report on broadband pricing to identify additional metrics that may be useful with respect to pricing practices that affect affordability. And finally, with respect to equity metrics, the Commission should take to heart an early lesson from FFA, as we are learning this week, and ensure that the equity score is not a switch, but a dial. The PUC, as Georgia just mentioned, awards the full 20 points to projects where up to 50% of unserved locations are wealthy, so long as at least 50% of the locations are at or below 80% of median household income at the state or county level, whichever is higher. So that is a very easily gamed 20 points, and our analysis of FFA applications by private providers showed that they have indeed gamed it. So we see many projects that have are mostly serving high income, low need communities, and then they maybe jut out to collect a block of apartment complexes in order to hit that kind of laughable threshold for disadvantaged community. So we recommend, along with Oakland Divided and others, a dial there.
Thank you. Now we are almost halfway through our panelists for this session. Just a quick pause to see if Commissioner or Judge, you have any questions so far.
Just a question, and maybe direct it to the counties and to Mr. Rantanen. Can you talk a little bit more about what you anticipated regarding partnerships? So the suggestion was that if a carrier is going to partner with the counties, that it be treated similarly to what the NOFO requires for tribes, or would you be looking to have some sort of additional points that would be put in there if a carrier can show that they've coordinated and are working directly with the tribes?
I know that we have that it's in the NOFO for the tribes already, right? And if we had something similar for the counties and we were able to truly emphasize criteria that a provider would have to meet to get those points, that would be very useful. And I'll explain where that's coming from. So we had, during the FFA application process, we had one provider who did show me maps of where they were going to cover, so I knew that they were hitting areas that needed to be covered. They were already on our list to knock out. We had another provider who said, yep, around this town. Never got any detail on it. It got to the point where we weren't going to be able to realistically sign a letter of support for a project that we had no definition of. And I understand the sensitivity of what a provider is trying to plan for. They don't want to show their hand too much, but if we're going to build out to everywhere, there will have to be some trust. And fortunately, I said I'll sign an NDA, whatever, but I'd like to see where you're gonna build out, and that worked for us. And so I think that level, other than just, hey, I'm going to cover your area, sign this letter the week that it's due, isn't realistic, because the county boards and the city boards, they want to know what the plans are, and they're not really in the driver's seat when I have to tell them after the fact, oh yeah, these applications went in. They need to know ahead of time that the applications are going to go in. And so if that makes sense, if that comes across right, what I'm looking for is real, true engagement and partnering between the county governments, the tribes, and the providers who are putting in the applications.
And I don't know if any of the providers wanted to comment on how they're coordinating with any of the local governments or...
I do have comment too. This is Matt Rantanen.
Oh, go ahead, Matt.
So I'll go ahead and tie into Scott's comments, and then we can hopefully move past that. So yeah, Mr. Armstrong is illustrating something that's happening actually in his area, which I've been engaged with tribes in that area that are having a problem with a provider who is coming in and has applied for FFA funding and is interested in serving their census blocks and is telling them verbally that they're going to serve their community with, X amount of service and X amount of connectivity and coverage, but there's no written agreement. There's no written proposal. There's no understanding of coverage. The tribe is being pressured into signing a letter of intent or support for this carrier, and tribes are very confused. So they're reaching out to people that they know to ask questions as to, what does this mean? Why are they doing this? And that is not proper engagement with the tribe. If you are going to serve a census block that is a tribal community, you should be engaged with the government. There's a process there where you interact, as you would with any other business or any other community. You should be engaging the stakeholders of that community and the government of that community that understand the needs and understand the values. So to go down the points, ensure complete coverage of a underserved or unserved area. So if the census block is, in that carrier's sweet spot, and they would like to retain those funds for that, then, present a solution and then have a dialogue and listen to the needs of the community, of the tribe, and then come up with that final solution or an adjustment to solution that serves the complete census block at the coverage rates that are needed. Some of those tribes are also being told that they don't need more than 25.3 or they don't need more than what they have now, that is behavior unbecoming. So I think tribes know what they need. I think tribes understand the value of broadband, especially after the rest of the world got to see what it was like to not have broadband during COVID and be trapped at home. Tribes get it. We get it. I mean, we all figured it out, the value of this, and we know the needs of our education departments. We know the needs of our tribal governments and our businesses and our after school programs. So, don't tell a community what they need because that's what you want to serve them with. Let's have an engagement process. So if a tribe is truly involved in the process and signs off on the the consent, then you won't have to deconflict overlapping proposals because there won't be any. And then if project areas are predefined,
areas like the tribal lands, I think we need to worry a little bit about definition because tribes often have, like I said in the previous panel, there's populations that are outside the federal reservation boundary. So we might consider, a definition of tribal lands that was used during the Obama administration that was supportive of tribal communities that lived outside the boundaries of the federal reservation. And then I pose it to the CPUC to consider their state recognized tribes and how they would like to work with those. I think a representative from a state recognized tribe should probably be weighing in on this, and I'm not an expert in that space, but that's something that should be considered because California has quite a few state recognized tribes. So thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Rantan, and thank you, Mr. Armstrong. And I didn't know if any of the carriers wanted to talk about how they're coordinating with local governments and what their perspective is on the point system in that regard.
I will just weigh in a little bit because I was going to address this in my comments anyway, but I agree that there should be coordination with the communities that you're going to be working with. I think the concern from a provider perspective is when you tie that coordination to ownership of the assets that are being built. And so I think as long as we can separate those two things, I think that we are fully in agreement with the counties and tribes that we're talking to today.
Thank you. And then one other question, and I think this goes to some comments that Ms. England from CCF and Ms. Odell from Cal Advocates on affordability. Can you talk a little bit more about how we can fully address the affordability issues, as the intent here is to get infrastructure out to unserved communities, but we do not rate regulate broadband service. And so in regards to how we can address our point system and balance that fact along with the comment that Ms. England had made regarding how we could potentially utilize our affordability proceeding to further address this issue, just wanted to hear what some of her thoughts were on that as well.
Sure. Shana, do you want to go?
Oh, yeah, no, Eileen, go ahead. I'll follow you.
Thanks, Shana. So first of all, I do want to be clear on the differences between a gate requirement, like a baseline requirement that's going to be required of all projects, and then these scoring criteria. Absolutely, I think that the gate requirements are going to be the strongest way to ensure all of these projects do deliver affordable service, and we think that that's best achieved through the required low-cost broadband service option, but also a very strong plan requirement for middle-class affordability. So those baseline requirements are how I think that we can best tackle affordability here. I don't think rate regulation is an issue. This is not rate regulation. This is a term of a grant. This is a contract term. And I think the courts are very clear that this is not regulation. We should not be distracted by arguments to that effect.
I would add +1, +100, +1,000 to Eileen's point there. I think that the conversation and the concern that's raised about rate regulation is entirely misplaced and is a distraction we should just dismiss out of hand. There's no requirement that any company apply for or accept public money to build and operate their networks. So there is no rate regulation. We would concur also with public advocates on the gate approach. And then beyond that, in terms of the affordability rulemaking that exists and the reports, I just flagged that the last one that was done was in 2020. And I think the more recent PAO broadband pricing report, points to a real need for update there. And in terms of how to use it, I think that there should be a look at maybe thinking about where some of these affordability points or even a category of affordability points live is in areas that are of high affordability concern or where the affordability ratios are of concern. And so I think, in terms of today here, kind of specific recommendations of what that would look like, I don't think we're prepared to make those. But broadly, there's clearly a wealth of very good data-based information within that rulemaking and within what should be updated reports to help drive that thinking.
Thank you. Mr. Gligola, Judge Gligola, did you have a question?
Excuse me, sure. Would it be possible to weigh in as well?
Yes, yeah, and we'll, yes. Okay. So anyone else that wants to weigh in, let us know, and then we'll go to Judge Gligola.
Thank you. Just stepping back a little bit on the topic of affordability, to give context, Congress in the IIJA incorporated affordability in two ways. So first was the enactment of the Affordable Connectivity Program. And second is the requirement that all BEAD-funded providers provide a low-cost service option to then be able to take advantage of the Affordable Connectivity Program. And this approach is supported by longitudinal data from NTIA itself. Over year after year, the data shows that affordability is a barrier to broadband adoption, but is demonstrably the largest barrier for the lowest income residents. And that is exactly what ACP is designed to address. That's exactly what the low-cost service option is designed to address. Now, when it comes to the affordability subgrantee selection criteria, we strongly propose that the state take the approach that other states have adopted as well and use a tried and true method for determining affordability in high-cost broadband deployment programs, which is what the FCC has used for years. So in this respect, the Commission should be looking at an applicant's commitment to provide service and customers at rates that are consistent or reasonably comparable in subsidized areas that comparable to the rates that they provide in non-subsidized areas. It's the same thing, alternatively or in addition, making sure that those rates are consistent with the FCC's annual urban rate survey. Again, the design of this, which is in the Communications Act, is that consumers in high-cost areas to serve are not unduly footing the bill for more expensive broadband service. We want to make sure that that everybody that's connected to BEAD-funded networks are being served with high-quality, affordable broadband service on par with service that's available to existing customers in the state. What the state should avoid doing, and Commissioner Houck, thank you for recognizing the strict prohibition in the IIJA against rate regulation. We don't want the state to be benchmarking affordability against an arbitrary number, dollar amount. Again, going to the reasonable comparability standard, this is a standard that's been used for exactly these types of programs for a long time, and avoids any of the pitfalls for rate regulation. And I appreciate comments differing from a legal perspective as to whether or not this would constitute rate regulation, and we'd be happy to provide citations and a further discussion and comments in support of this. So thank you.
Commissioner Houck, I'll be very brief on your question. 3 sentences and no run-on sentence involved. So first, I believe there's roughly 109 federally recognized tribal communities in California, about another 40 on that have not sought federal recognition, and each with their own unique needs, but often in our most rural parts of California and therefore the most difficult to serve. So we have to be especially sensitive to how we best partner from the beginning all the way through implementation and ongoing. We're working, for instance, one of the many tribes that Toronto Wireless is partnering with is the Round Valley tribal community, and that has been our approach with them. The third comment to Samuel's point on the ACP, that is currently probably going to run out April of 2024. Fortunately, President Biden is seeking an additional $6 billion for the ACP, which would at least get us to the end of 2024. But for those of us who believe in that more affordable service, $30 per household, $30 a month per household. For people of modest means in the United States, $75 per month for people in our tribal communities. We need to be working together to see that extended.
And I see lots of head shaking on that front.
Hopefully vertically and not horizontally.
Yes, I think I see lots of head nodding. I guess that people.
Commissioner,
yes.
Could I add something to that as well? Thank you. Yeah, I just want to respond to some of Samuel's comments as well. Notably, obviously, we're encouraged to hear, I think all of us, that the ACP, the White House has asked Congress to approve that $6 billion to run through 2024, but it's unclear if that's enough for that or, whether that's going to get approved. And the second point I'd just like to add is, affordability and broadband infrastructure are really inextricably linked. We've seen that from, Markup, the reportive journalist, who said you may be paying more for less because there isn't as much competition or investment in these historically redline communities, which means, right, that providers can kind of charge what they like, or there's no competition driving those rates down. And we've also, with Oakland Undivided, have worked with Oakland Housing Authority and working with residents in public housing, and have seen that they are not actually receiving the speeds that they're paying for, which we're happy to share with folks as well. And again, that's largely due to monopolistic markets and there being only one provider option available for them.
I would like to also add that Greenlining is cautious about a lack of meaningful affordability provisions encouraging further pricing discrimination in digitally redlined communities. In the absence of meaningful affordability agreements, we've seen the proliferation of pricing discrimination where lower income areas actually are unduly subsidizing their wealthier peer neighborhoods, most notably in Los Angeles County. And we're concerned about the continuation of this practice with the BEAD program using publicly subsidized infrastructure projects.
Okay, thank you. Judge Klickola.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I want to ask our ISP panelists, kind of following up on a statement that was made by Ms. Singh, the term lifetime affordability. And what would be a stretch goal for your companies in terms of, I guess, a stretch goal for the term of the project? How far can you use a certain price or assume that a certain price is what you would charge?
I'll start first, I guess. I think for us, when we're talking about the low-cost plan, which would be available to, right, at this point, it's people who are eligible for ACP, and Biden administration said that's about 40% of Americans. I unfortunately don't have the exact number for California, but use that as a rough number. While we understand the need to have perhaps a price at the start, I don't think any of us know of any product that keeps the same price for decades due to cost and labor, cost to make it, inflation. We've all been hearing about that for the past couple of years. So to the extent that there's a requirement for a price at the start of the program, we would assume that it would be recognized that you could increase that in a way that's reasonable based on cost increases to provide the same service.
And I would also note that the term useful life of the network assets is, in fact, it's a legal term of art. And if we look to how Treasury defined it for the ARPA broadband grant programs, they defined it as 8 years. So it takes into account issues of depreciation, tax, and so forth. So, but I agree with Meredith that in any event, we should be looking in light of just the factors that this is a vibrant marketplace, that there are mechanisms in place for, just reasonable increases based on inflation.
But for how long? 8 years, 10 years?
Appreciate the question. I'd want to take it back to our member companies and can follow up in comments.
Okay.
Commissioner, there is one of our panelists has their hand up, and I think then we're still continuing on with the rest of the panel. Yes. Okay. So Shayna, if you can, you have the floor. Shayna, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
We still can't hear you. Maybe continue with our panel and come back. Okay, let's move on with the...
Could I just note maybe one thing on the affordability side, just some additional NTIA framing. So one thing I want to note is that, I think we highlighted the requirements of the BEAD program to offer a low-cost service option, right? When we are looking at receiving a proposal from states, NTIA is looking for a defined number or a process to identify a defined number, right? When it comes to that low cost, we wanted to be able to actually substantiate the impact to the percentage of people, like what are you paying if you are ACP eligible? So we're expecting a number there, and we see that as a grant condition. So I do want to just emphasize that. There's a little bit more wiggle room when it comes to the middle class affordability approach and what that can look like. NTIA states can decide what they're going to propose, but we're allowing a little bit more flexibility there into what states are actually able to deliver to us. So I just want to be clear on those two requirements, how NTIA is going to review them when they are submitted. The other quick thing I just wanted to note on some of the tribal stuff is going back to Eileen's comment on gating versus scoring criteria. When we're talking about federal tribal lands, tribal resolution of consent is a gating criteria, right? That's not like you get extra points for doing that. That is a gating criteria in order to move forward. It looks a little bit differently when we're talking about how we get local government and that type of support, right? As we're discussing it now, we're discussing it in that it's, for states, it's meant to be part of that 25%. It's meant to be part of the points scoring criteria, right? Not necessarily default gating criteria. And the way, I think a key thing to note here is that's maybe a little bit different from FFA, though it's been a while since I've been in that program, and those program rules is that when you're putting together points for these types, so for like if it's local government support, if it's letters, it's that kind of thing, if that gives you a significant points advantage when you're submitting an application, right, because you want that community support, it needs to be an option that is available for all types of providers to get. So a certain type of ownership structure, like only fully private companies you can't create criteria where only a fully private company or only a fully public company could get those points. So when you're thinking about it in terms of like local government support and writing a letter and that kind of thing, if we want that to be meaningful to what Scott's talking about, local governments need to know that they have the option to include or not include a letter, right? I think that this is a common ask for people in grants and that kind of thing, that sometimes local governments will just like, yeah, well, here's your letter, here's your form letter. But if we want it to be meaningful, if we want local governments and stakeholders to be able to kind of vote in a way that reflects the meaningful engagement an ISP or that locality itself has taken, then we need to make sure that local governments are sort of aware of how that scoring works and are able to give their support without it just being something that's sort of handed out de facto, or else it sort of devalues that on the scoring criteria.
Right, but keep in mind, we are still developing the proposal. The state does have some flexibility. So these are comments we need to hear from you in developing that. And then when the written proposal's out, we will want to get your comments on the specific language that we're looking at proposing. So hearing from Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Rantanen about the importance of community support is definitely something we'll consider, but we need to hear from all of you on what this should look like for the areas that we do have some flexibility in deciding where the priorities are for California. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. And then I do think Ms. England, were we able to?
I am back. Thank you. Completely
thank you,
appropriately,
Marina.
my internet dropped. So just wanted to say a couple of things. One is I think that the comments and the kind of attempts at directing toward the ACP on behalf of industry is another really important place for the commission to look at its existing resources and research on this. So the PAO's broadband pricing report that just came out found very clear evidence that many of these providers actually monetized the ACP rather than pass that benefit on to its intended beneficiaries. So prices went up by $30 rather than having those $30 go to making that service more affordable. And that again is in data that the CPUC's PAO published very recently. So that's just one more example of how the PUC actually has a significant number of resources to lean on as it thinks about this affordability question. And then the second thing I wanted to add is just as we kind of contemplate what the rules might look like for kind of exceptions or saying things like, well, we can't build out everywhere because it's not affordable there, or it's not financially feasible. I think this is another area where the PUC should be pretty expansive in terms of the kinds of data it considers. And I would offer one specific example. So AT&T's most recent filing to the SEC, they reported $8 billion in profit over that quarter on $3 billion of revenue. And they reported and in fact highlighted a 55.9% service profit margin on their mobile service. And I bring that up just as that is the kind of data that should actually be used when a company claims that they can't build to a specific area or within a specific street because it's not financially feasible. So that was all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, let's move on with the rest of our panelists to provide their comments on the questions, and hopefully we have a few minutes at the end of this panel for more Q&A. So let's turn to Matt Rantanen from Tribal Broadband.
Hi, Matt Rantanen from Tribal Digital Village, Southern California Tribal Chairmen's Association. I mean, I made most of the points in response to the previous questions, but I feel like, additional scoring criteria would be affordability. I mean, it's been mentioned before, but affordability for tribes is key. They're in situations where, poverty is greater than 55% in California tribes, and a lot of people can't afford even the lowest tier of internet. When we're talking about speeds of 100 down, 20 up, I think that speed threshold should be the low tier of internet service, not the high tier of internet service. That should be the base offering when we're moving forward, and I think it offers the opportunity for tribes to operate at today's standards or at today's, hopefully average standards of internet access, so that they can compete educationally, resource acquisition as well as job training and things on the internet. So if that ACP valued tier could be higher than 120 or at the minimum of 120, 100 down, 20 up, I think that really benefits tribes moving forward. And then, just rereading the last question and post-application process. I don't know how to phrase this without, just being, very tribal centric, but I'm very tribal centric, and that is that if the tribe has a solution and the tribe is, decides to be the carrier of last resort, or the carrier that serves this community, then I think the tribe should be given that opportunity. I don't know how else to phrase that. So thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Now turn to our panelists from ISPs. Meredith?
Thank you, and thank you again for having me here today. Just to start, I want to sort of frame our points, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail on the question. So the IIJA created the BEAD program as a means of reducing the number of U.S. households that lack access to reliable high-speed broadband. And the extent to which California can address this with the BEAD program will depend significantly on the rules that the Commission adopts to implement it. As Mariana pointed out earlier, NTIA has allowed states some discretion in adopting rules that will govern the allocation of BEAD funding, but we encourage the Commission to refrain from its limited discretion to impose additional criteria or requirements that stray from the program's objectives and priorities, which is to connect as many Californians to reliable high-speed broadband as possible. Instead, the Commission's initial proposal should leverage BEAD funding to efficiently bring broadband service that is as future-proof as possible to the greatest number of Californians while minimizing the risk of default. So what we've seen in some other states, and I know some of the other panelists have referenced those already, is that many of them are proposing to do a pre-qualification round for BEAD, where they measure the operational, managerial, and technical capabilities of applicants prior to putting the areas out for application. Establishing standards that are challenging but achievable, and reviewing all applicants' qualifications in full before allowing them to participate in the BEAD competitive funding process will ensure that the broadband projects that are proposed actually get completed. In terms of defining project areas, to ensure an efficient use of funds, the Commission should allow applicants to combine unserved and underserved locations into logical project areas that the applicants define. And this is because providers are in the best position to design project areas that will make the most cost-effective use of existing infrastructure and will minimize the number of new permits and rights-of-way and speed deployment, helping Californians connect to reliable high-speed broadband sooner rather than later. However, we recognize that there is a desire to incentivize deployment to locations that might otherwise get overlooked. And so we believe there are a couple of opportunities for the Commission to do this without further defining project areas. This would be creating incentives for applicants to include economically or geographically challenging areas in their project areas. One is high-cost areas, and NTIA has already permitted states to waive the match requirement for those high-cost areas in order to incentivize deployment there. The state could also identify priority locations that they want to make sure are served by these projects that may be in persistent poverty counties or within a community that's determined by the Census Bureau to be in economic need. And to incentivize deployment to those priority locations, they could award additional points using the discretionary scoring to encourage providers to include some percentage of those locations in their applications. If the Commission were to do that, we'd encourage them to identify in advance and publish points that an application could earn by going to those locations. If the commission does feel that they need to define project areas in some way, we encourage them to do it with the smallest geographic unit possible, preferably a census block, which I think has been raised by others here. Requiring every provider to serve every eligible location in a large area would necessitate that providers deploy significantly beyond their existing footprints. And the need for a total new build could increase the total average cost and the total subsidy needed to reach some of these locations, unnecessarily driving up costs and how much money can be used to deploy end-to-end fiber to as many locations as possible. In addition, by using smaller geographic units, this can allow for all companies of all sizes to participate, including those that do not have a large footprint at this point. On affordability, I just want to go back really briefly to the comments about the ACP program and point out that AT&T has the access from AT&T service low-cost option, which is $30 a month. And so combined with ACP, that's actually $0. Other than having a $0 plan to start with, I don't think there's a way we could have driven up that cost by $30 with the advent of the ACP program. But we also recognize that the BEAD NOFO requires states to judge affordability based on the 1 gigabit tier. And so we would concur with Cal Broadband's comments along to use the urban rate survey benchmark as comparison. 2 other quick points on the minimal BEAD outlay question. Simply giving the highest number of points to projects to propose the least amount of funding will continue to deprioritize high-cost areas. And so we think that there's a way to balance both the need to minimize program funding, but also encourage deployment to higher cost areas by splitting the way these points are used, for half being based on the amount of match offered and half being based on the number of unserved locations in identified high cost locations, therefore getting more deployment to these high cost locations. And then finally, I just want to reiterate that we welcome collaboration with local governments and communities and tribal communities, and we'll continue to do that as we deploy broadband across the state. But if the commission decides to allocate points for these collaborations, we just would like them to be clear that the rules, in the rules that the applicant, whether alone or in collaboration, that will ultimately provide service to the end user may retain sole ownership of the infrastructure. Thank you again for having us.
Thank you. Carl, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you again to Commissioner Houck and to our ALJ for bringing us together today. I always rate a panel on how much I learn, and I've learned so much from this panel, both in the room and online. So I just wanted to comment really quickly to Matthew. On the screen, on the earlier panel, you mentioned the importance of low latency for interactive video, and I couldn't agree with that point more, so I just wanted to reinforce that as well, how critical that is. And your comments about 100 by 20 being the floor, the foundation, and not the overall goal. And in that way, we future-proof for future needs that families and communities have. So again, I try not to be presumptuous about a small technology company that's pre-public, Toronto Wireless, Carl Guardino, 14 years old, created in 2009 by 3 PhD graduate students who were earning those PhD degrees as part of the international program at UC Berkeley. Go Bears! And fast forward 14 years, $400 million in privately funded research and development later. In just the past 2 years, Toronto is serving previously unserved and underserved families in 21 countries, 45 states, numerous tribal nations with nearly 300 ISP customer partners. And we can have other conversations about the technology, and I brought something to pass out and for the record on the technology. But I want to go to the questions on if applicants are allowed to construct their own project areas. Based on our experience in digital divide projects, now several hundred across the U.S. and around the world, we believe at Toronto that allowing providers to invent their own optimal or cherry-picked coverage areas and locations will create an untenably complex and practically irreconcilable mix of proposals for the target and underserved areas, making fair award decisions impossible and yielding to failure to fulfill the BEAD program's objective of reaching 100% of unserved and underserved households. I had the pleasure at lunch of being on the phone with Courtney Dozier at the NTIA, and she reminded me, Carl, the program is Internet for all. It's not Internet for some. We have to get the verses out of our language and replace it with and. It's not rural versus urban, as Patrick so well summarized this morning. It's and. It's all of us in California. It's 996,302 places. And we can learn from others and best practices. I've now read 18 state broadband plans. Page turners, all of them. What Kansas is doing in their initial proposal on this, they're going by school districts. So they cover their whole state, and it can't be cherry-picked. And if you have a big districts like LA, then maybe you go by the sub-districts that people run under, and same with LA Unified, so that you've covered the whole state, but no one can cherry-pick. The next question is on deconflicting overlapping proposals. As noted, we're strong supporters of defining coverage areas in need clearly in advance so that we eliminate the problem of deconfliction altogether. Takes it right off the table. The next question is on project areas are predefined, et cetera. As also noted above, having our PUC set target project areas based on existing geographic areas, school districts, census tracts, block groups that contain and underserved locations ensures that providers do not cherry pick. I loved that point that Eileen O'Dell made earlier about that, and we agree completely with that. And in that way, we're serving hard to reach locations, therefore much more expensive locations, and that they cannot be denied of what they should have under Broadband for All. The next question is around required scoring criteria, and I'm going to go back to Matthew's excellent point. Make 100 by 20 the floor, because we're going to continue to grow the need. At Toronto, we think, okay, if 100 by 20 is the floor, then maybe in scoring criteria, the next is 200 by 50, or 400, and then 400 by 100, and then a gigabit by 250. But keep those so that we're looking forward to the future of families and communities' needs. The next question is around additional scoring criteria, such as awarding points on the basis of equity, climate resilience. We agree on all of that. And again, remember the bipartisan infrastructure law is Internet for all. The governor's executive order is around broadband for all being the key. And Caroline's points from the Greenlining Institute of once-in-a-lifetime funds, we can't forget that. This truly is once in a lifetime. The state funds, the federal funds, current and future through the $1.86 billion, all. And we can do it if we do the math right with technologies that are based on what they can provide in terms of reliable and affordable service. By the way, I have printed out the questions and my responses so that you have it for the record and we can stay within the 5 minutes. So I'll pass those around here to the panel, the people in the audience. If people remotely would like it, we are completely transparent at Toronto. Just let me know the email address through the staff here of the PUC and we'll get it to you. The last is around the post-application process. I'm going to just keep that on what I have written here, but I want to go to Scott Armstrong's point from rural Inyo County and Gracie's point from RCRC earlier. 40 of California's 58 counties are completely rural. The other 18 have rural areas, but those are completely rural. That's 1 of every 5 Californians. It's 60% of our land mass in our rural counties. Not completely, but are overwhelmingly more expensive to serve. Topography, geography, distance, and they are overwhelmingly, not completely, but overwhelmingly, people of color and often of more financial modest means. We cannot afford to miss those communities when we move forward with an and approach rather than a versus approach of serving everyone. So let's not forget, technology advances, and it has, which is a point Marina made earlier about fiber or fixed wireless or satellite, standards-based. Fiber is preferred, and we agree with that, which you may not expect to hear from a fixed wireless company, but we do. Fiber everywhere you can, as long as it is cost-effective and can be deployed in a timely manner. Second point, along with technology advances, is finances are finite. And that's why your good work together is we have to leverage limited dollars. And we think from the final 5-year action plan, thanks for your transparency in that plan, we could be as much as $5 billion short. We actually think it's more than that. With inflation and labor shortage issues and supply chain issues, it's probably more than that. But we have to get to all 996,302. And the final one is quick deployment matters. I hate to make it personal, but we have a 7-year-old in first grade who we foster adopted at 3 months old from a homeless woman somewhere in Silicon Valley. If we solely depended on a fiber to the premise approach, as good as fiber is, he would be in 5th to 7th grade if we hadn't run out of money before we would have fiber to the home in all of California. We can't afford to lose another generation, whether tribal, rural, suburban, or urban. So thanks for letting me be on this panel. It's really been an honor. And I'll pass around my written comments.
Great. Thanks, Carl. And our last panelist, Sam.
Thanks so much. Again, my name is Sam Eklund. I'm from Wilkie, Farr & Gallagher, counsel to Comcast, and here on behalf of Cal Broadband. Commissioner Houck, Director Osborne, and Judge Gligola, and all the staff, we thank you for the opportunity to participate in this workshop and for all the work you're doing to fulfill this generational opportunity presented by the BEAD program. Congress, NTIA, and the Commission have made clear that the #1 purpose of the BEAD program is to connect all unserved and underserved locations in the state. And this is a monumental task. As the CPUC explained in the 5-year action plan, this is at least over 450,000 locations. And Carl just brought up the elephant in the room. You know, while $1.86 billion allocated to California is a lot of money relative to what was allocated to other states in the country, there's still a staggering multi-billion-dollar gap that the state recognized in the 5-year action plan. It's a huge gap to a huge bridge. Gap to bridge, particularly if the state is looking to fulfill the directive to connect as many locations as possible with end-to-end fiber, and do so in a way that's going to ensure not only that these projects get built, but looking beyond the build, that they will be managed and operated in a sustainable manner for many years to come. So Cal Broadband offers our comments today on ways to ensure that the subgrantee selection process through the project selection, design, the primary criteria, and secondary criteria are designed to bridge this multi-billion-dollar gap. We want to make sure that the state retains enough money to connect all unserved locations, let alone underserved locations in the state. So on project selection, we strongly encourage that the Commission allow applicants to define their own project areas in the initial round of funding. This will, as Meredith described eloquently, this will allow shovel-ready projects that can leverage existing networks to hit the ground, be competitive, be efficient, and it's going to be saving the state substantial money on the front end. Now, this is not cherry picking. The IIJ is clear that all unserved and underserved locations in the state must be served. So this will allow providers to put forth their very best options that will save the state money on the front end, allow fiber to get deeper and deeper into the state, and obviate the need to utilize the extremely high cost threshold later on in the selection process. Now, from there, depending on how many unserved or underserved locations are left after those initial proposals, the state can either work with providers to expand those remaining locations, or can then take those remaining areas and sort them into project areas for competitive bidding in a subsequent round of funding. So again, this is not cherry picking. This will ensure every location is accounted for. It's just going to save the state money and allow BEAD funds to go a lot further and allow fiber to go a lot further in the state. To that end, on primary criteria, Cal Broadband strongly urges the state to prioritize minimal BEAD outlay in the selection criteria. So as the NOFO says, the NOFO directs states to rigorously explore ways to incentivize higher matches and matches greater than the minimum 25%. Doing so, again, is going to be critical and the most efficient way to be able to bridge this multi-billion-dollar gap and make sure that this funding gets to every unserved and underserved location in the state. I think it's instructive to take a look at what Illinois has done. Illinois is another large state, highly populous state, and they've allocated 50% to the minimum BEAD outlay criterion. We urge the state to consider doing the same. We've gotten into affordability. I do also want to echo Meredith's response. Speaking on behalf of Comcast here, Comcast has offered Internet Essentials for over 12 years, long before EBB or ACP was even offered. Internet Essentials Plus provides 100 over 20 service for $30, effectively cost-free for ACP subscribers. So again, there's really no credence to the idea that providers are looking to monetize off ACP. It's intended to provide high-quality broadband service at no cost to those qualifying customers. It's also, in terms of data, notwithstanding the fact that this country has seen inflation over the past few years that has not been seen for decades, month after month over the past couple of years, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data shows that broadband prices have had a deflationary effect. As opposed to gas, electricity, food at home, other household staples, broadband at no point was driving inflation. So put a pin on that. With respect to the labor primary subgrantee selection criterion, we just want to briefly state that Cal Broadband providers' incentives are aligned with all other stakeholders, that we want to attract the very best in a limited, currently limited pool of shovel-ready workforce for broadband deployment. The state recognized in the 5-year action plan that this is a significant barrier. So the California law sets a very high bar for labor standards. The NOFO also sets a very high bar, just at a baseline. We urge the state, in considering the fair labor practices selection criterion, to stick with the requirements in the NOFO, looking at record of fair labor practices and plans for future compliance. With respect to the number of optional encouragements that NTIA offers, we urge the state to take a flexible approach there, understanding that it's a highly competitive labor market. We want to build the best, highest quality, provide high quality jobs, high quality training with which our members do, but also understanding that these projects need to get built and need under pretty tight deadlines.
If you can wrap up in 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Just very briefly, in terms of other criteria to consider, technical, operational, managerial, financial capacity is a gating threshold, but the state shouldn't stop there. This is really important. We need to be making sure that the investment made in these networks is sustainable and will last a long time. A state like Delaware has proposed additional criteria for experience in fulfilling commitments and deploying broadband networks. That's something the state should consider. The state should also consider additional criteria for projects that propose to serve a greater number of unserved and underserved locations. The IIJA has very strict overbuilding limits. No more than 20% of a project area can be served. That being said, the state should be incentivizing projects to propose a much lower percentage to make sure that, again, these limited dollars are spent efficiently and in a manner that's going to preserve the opportunity for the state to fund fiber as deep into the state as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. So that concludes our panelists. Just quickly checking with Jonathan if you have anything online. We don't. Commissioner George, any questions?
I do have a couple of questions, but I wanted to turn it over to Director Osborne. I think he has a question that he wanted to ask.
Thank you, and I really wanted to see if Kaylee Gow wanted to comment on the workforce development requirements that are called out in the NTIA NOFO. I believe under the CWA comments on the ruling, they quoted the NTIA as encouraging states to consider scoring applicants on job quality and job training, and I think the workforce development is a key component that hasn't really been touched on here in terms of what should the state require BEAD applicants with regard to workforce development, because building the networks is a one-time thing, and then the next step is maintaining those networks, and not having the workforce in place to build them, again, is one issue, but there's the other issue of developing a workforce that can operate these networks and also providing employment and training for disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I adjusted the settings. I've been in contact with IT. So thank you so much for the opportunity to respond on this point. And we definitely do encourage viewing the points structure as considering fair labor practices as itself a workforce development tool. We know that funds are limited, and of course, there aren't likely to be extra funds for workforce development after all the other priority areas. In how the CPUC chooses to structure its points system, it will be incentivizing employers to take different high road labor practices. So as opposed to viewing these as nice to have additional encouragements in the NTIA NOFO, CWA would say they really align with the broader goals of workforce development and a sustainable workforce to, as you're saying, maintain the network going forward. In incorporating high road labor factors into the point system, the Commission would be incentivizing high road labor practices that will encourage employers to invest in a locally based workforce, a well-trained workforce. That's going to support workforce development in the long term of good jobs in California necessary to maintain the network in the long term.
Director Osborne, if I may, and this is Carl wearing his CTC, California Transportation Commission hat, on Kaylee's point, not Tirana, just because I've never socialized at Tirana. But I hope this will also include people in our communities. As someone who deeply believes in second chances for formerly incarcerated individuals in California as part of that workforce training.
Hi, Matt. We see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to also address Rob Osborne's comments or question. So workforce development is a key aspect of Indian country. We are working with populations that sometimes have not been exposed to the field of technology or the building of infrastructure of broadband. This is a very functional field for tribal members, especially when they're going to build out some of their own solutions, but in situations where outside partners might be building in their regions or building even in their communities, there's great opportunity to teach as well as build. So build some of these solutions. So teaching increases the value of some of the solutions that are being deployed, and we think that shadowing opportunities, training opportunities are very valuable in this space, especially with those agreements where an outside vendor may be building assets on tribal community land, on sovereign land, and they may have an agreement to transfer the assets of the network to the tribe at a 3 or 5 year period based on like recovery of funds, et cetera, and having a training program in that 3 to 5 year period where tribal members learn the process and understand the process of deployment and management of that network to be able to take that over and not miss a stride in managing that service. And then there's also the fact that there's TARO, which is the tribal employment requirement, and many tribes are very adamant about their TARO opportunity and hiring tribal workforce when in and around tribal regions. So I just wanted to hammer that. I mean, it's no secret that I run the tribal broadband boot camps, and those are very instrumental in illustrating to tribes the base level understanding of what it takes to run a network and where to start with workforce development planning and growth. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, questions?
Yes, I've got a question for Ms. Williams and Mr. Eklund. I think you both commented, I think Ms. Williams, you commented on looking at combining served and unserved areas to provide the most cost-effective use of funds. And Mr. Eklund, you commented on we should be allowing applicants to define project areas in first round of funding to leverage existing networks. Can you talk about what combining served and unserved areas could look like, whether that would be in compliance with the NOFO and looking at serving unserved areas? And then as a follow-up, and I can repeat this, Mr. Eklund, you talked about states should work with providers to serve these remaining high-cost isolated areas. So I think you're saying first round looking at how you can leverage existing networks, and then later looking at how we can address the remaining higher cost, more isolated areas. Can you talk about how that would be done, and given the lack or limited funding that we have here, what that would mean for those areas that are higher cost and more isolated? I hope, if you need me to repeat any of that, I appreciate it. I can do that.
Happy to address that. And and if I miss anything, please let me know. So first I'll just say, and Marina can tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm quoting your colleagues at NTIA, that they've been very clear that the requirement for unserved and underserved in the NOFO is not a temporal requirement. It's not a requirement to go build to all the unserved locations and then come back and build to all the underserved. It is, I think I've heard it described once as a budgeting exercise, which I think diminishes the amount of work that goes into that. But to the extent to say we know we have enough money to cover all these locations, so we can also cover these other locations. And so I think what we would propose is that applicants would be able to combine unserved and underserved, because oftentimes you kind of will likely have a donut effect, right? You're going to have unserved locations as sort of the donut hole, and then underserved locations surrounding them, and then likely the infrastructure to get there is outside of that donut. And so from an efficiency perspective, it doesn't make sense to define a project to get to the donut hole and then come back and define a different project to get to the donut, especially if you look at using two different providers, so their network infrastructure is kind of crossing over each other. So that was really the intent we were talking about there. But please let me know if I didn't address your question.
No, I think you did. I guess that would mean a question to Marina, and I don't know if you're prepared to answer that. If we're looking at the prioritizing the unserved areas, if a project came in, as Ms. Williams described, that could fill a donut hole and would also be serving unserved areas before other unserved areas, would that be a project that meets the BEAD requirements?
So I think there's some nuance here when it comes to states that don't think they will make it to all of their underserved, because, you know, NTIA does say you have to meet, you know, prioritization-wise, it's unserved, underserved community anchor institutions. But that said, I think in terms of, again, budgeting exercise is probably not the best term specifically here, but NTIA also doesn't want to segment things out in terms of, like, you have to wait to all of the unserved applications to get covered in order to then do the underserved, in order to then do the thing. I think it's looking at the total amount of funding you have, looking at these total numbers that you have and where you're going to end up with, and trying to figure out sort of where that cutoff is going to be. But a project itself doesn't necessarily have to. I think we're expecting project bids to come in for unserved and underserved at the same time, and in some cases combine those locations, because otherwise it's going to be challenging to make feasible projects. But I think that there is probably a little bit more discussion to be had in terms of what does serving the unserved actually look like order-wise, if it's not just you have to wait to deploy until, because we don't necessarily want it to be sequential. We just want the plan to be to get to everywhere.
Right, and I guess that's my concern. If we have just enough money to get to all the unserved without addressing underserved, I'm just not sure where the balance is in trying to get the projects that make sense in, if we have other restrictions about where the money has to go first. So I think just being able to have those conversations about how to balance that in where we need to go, because we do have limited funding, but we do want to use it as in the smartest possible way to get the most people served as quickly as possible in the most logical order.
And to that point, you know, the NOFO does contemplate that in high-cost areas, as Marina was explaining, the distinction between extremely high threshold and high-cost areas, that those may be so difficult to serve that it may not be appropriate to seek matching funds there. That's all the more reason that the state needs to incentivize for non-high-cost areas as rigorous matching funds as possible. There will be, as much as the state can save money on the moving from inside out to those rural and remote areas where the state knows that it's going to be spending a disproportionate amount of the BEAD funds, the most effective, efficient way for the state to ensure that there is that money to serve the rural and remote areas is to make sure that we're rigorously incentivizing higher matching funds and lower minimal BEAD outlays in those intermediate areas.
And Commissioner Houck, thank you. On the ISP side of the panel, even though we're a technology company, not an ISP, you know, this is a math problem, and it's very doable. The NTIA is very clear in the 95-page BEAD NOFO that there's a preference for fiber. There's not a requirement for fiber. There's a requirement for reliable, affordable, high speed, and I agree again with Matthew, low latency, even though that's not in there, home broadband. And the math works if we stick to a standards 100 by 20 as a floor and hopefully much better approach rather than a technology approach. The math works, and we would be happy to enter into the record after this for both the construction and ongoing maintenance and operations that the math works when we take a hybrid approach that picks the right tool for the job for that family and that community to stretch the funds we have. We do not have to make a choice of broadband for some rather than what the bipartisan infrastructure law is, as well as the governor's executive order of broadband for all.
No, thank you. I do have a question about looking at where and how we should be addressing the issue of fiber and fixed wireless. I was going to save that to the next panel where we're looking at high cost, but just really quickly before we get there, I just wanted to go back to Mr. Eklund. So when you were talking about the state should work with providers to serve the remaining high cost in the more isolated areas, was that what you were referring to, is that in the later rounds to be looking at a higher percentage of match to help, or what was the mechanisms that you were thinking the state could be looking at to help incentivize how we get to serving those higher cost isolated areas?
Sure. So I think it all depends on, at the end of if round one is a provider or applicant proposed areas, it's unclear, but we could be in a situation where there's only small pockets of unserved and underserved locations left after scoring and awarding the best applications, and in a kind of sequential manner. The highest scoring applicant gets preference for all the areas that it proposes to serve, and going down the list. So that could result in a scenario where there's only kind of smaller pockets of unserved and underserved locations. The commission could go back to those provisional awardees and say, hey, would you be willing to incorporate this set of locations adjacent to your proposal into your application? If there are larger pockets, then it could very well make sense to parcel those out into project area units for a subsequent round. And then again, everyone would get another bite at the apple to then take those remaining locations and put forth their best applications to serve them. And do so as long as, it may take another round or two. And if there are still pockets that it looks like the state, that no one's proposing to serve yet, the NOFO is clear that the state can take measures to induce through waivers of matching funds or other incentives to make sure that every location is served.
So just for an example, I think at the Middle Mile meeting and recently we've received a lot of comments about the Big Sur area being unserved. And so to the extent there may be projects that are close to that location, you're saying to go back and have staff to have conversations with providers to see whether that area or another area similar to that, close to a similar project, could be tied in.
Yeah, exactly. And again, the motivation behind this is to incentivize the most efficient use of funds. What we would caution against starting with predefined areas is those may, even the smallest areas as a census block group, could not take into account topography, infrastructure, existing infrastructure like railroads or other rights of way, waterways, that could just make things impractical to serve in that defined geographic area. So again, it wouldn't be excluding any location. It would just be tiering the ways that every location eventually gets, allocated funds.
No, that makes sense. And the geographic areas is another reason to discuss, and I'll wait for the next panel on my question on the fixed wireless, but that also, in addition to high cost, is.
And wouldn't it be boring if we always agreed? We believe it would lead to cherry picking and inefficiency, because that requires many extra rounds instead of doing it all at once, so we can get this money out on the street while making sure that we're all responsible for serving every unserved and underserved California.
Just one last thing, Commissioner, on your point in your question, sort of an additional clarification in terms of like estimating how much money we have to get to unserved and underserved. I think NTIA is expecting a good faith showing, so that is going to mean when it comes to, we're going to ask states to solicit applications for both unserved and underserved and understand what those costs look like before we work with states in terms of figuring out, like, what does it look like if you can't reach all unserved and underserved, right? So understanding, like, the feasibility and the cost that comes in with that first round, for example, of applications. We wouldn't recommend just full off saying we're not going to put, you know, the underserved locations on the map for possible bidding, but to put them both out, and then from there, looking at the results, trying to figure out how we balance the amount of funding received in terms of doing the math to make sure that we're getting the maximum amount of coverage, with unserved taking the top priority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Could I add just, thank you for your time. If I could add just one final point on the, if we're considering a predefined area, whether, again, hopefully in the subsequent round. Several states, including Pennsylvania and Montana, have also incorporated a mechanism to allow applicants to de-scope certain limited areas within a proposed area on the basis of it being an overbuild or being extremely high cost that would otherwise kind of skew the overall cost per passing in a given project area. So again, this wouldn't be, this would not be saying that we're not going to serve that area at all, but within an application, be able to de-scope a proposal and then be able to have, you know, another conversation subsequently about making sure any existing gaps get filled in. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. And I do appreciate that you were looking at ways to how we can get to some of these donut holes that have been particularly problematic, especially in some of the urban areas as well as the rural areas that we need to definitely reach.
Commissioner, can I just add one thing there as well? Just representing the community from a community perspective, especially when we're talking about ISPs leveraging their existing networks, we are really concerned about ISPs being able to build their own project areas, given CPUC's own network exam findings that incumbent ISPs disproportionately invest in wealthier communities. So that would be of concern to Oakland Undivided.
Commissioner Sheena has her hand raised as well online. Sheena?
Thanks. On behalf of CCF, would agree with Georgia that there is some concern about a reliance on existing infrastructure, since that infrastructure clearly already serves folks, and can double down on where there's gaps. But did want to speak again on behalf of the community groups, since we have communicated about this on the matching front. Our concern around the matching is that it may be used to effectively disqualify local, municipal, community-based organizations, education agencies, and other qualified public serving organizations that may be building networks using public dollars for public benefit. And so while appreciate the Comcast and Broadband and AT&T's concern about efficient use of public dollars, want to suggest that something that might be helpful here, if it were allowed by the NTIA, is almost like a bifurcated recognition, so that if there is, for example, projects in project areas that, if there are project areas that are only proposed being served by a private provider, then sure, prioritize. If they want to take out of their profits to build in that area, that's a terrifically efficient use of public money. But where you have projects that are being proposed to serve by public serving entities using other pockets of public dollars, that there should be some sort of exception or kind of accommodation for that matching requirement.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Commissioner, Judge, Director? Thank you. That concludes our second panel of the day. I want to thank you all our panelists. We have one more panel, panel 3, extremely high cost per location threshold, but we are going to take 19 minutes break. Let's take a break, come back at 3:15.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathan Lackritz. I'm a manager in the Communications Division, and I'll be moderating Panel 3 on extremely high cost per location threshold. And we will start off with a presentation by Ben Menzies that will sort of ground us on the issue before we start moving into the questions. Thank you, Ben.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Next slide, please. So this panel will focus on the extremely high cost per location threshold, although we were already starting to get into some of the policy issues on the previous panel. The purpose of the extremely high cost per location threshold is to balance a couple of competing goals within the BEAD program. BEAD rules contain a preference for end-to-end fiber projects. These projects are called priority broadband projects within the NOFO, but that has to be balanced with achieving complete coverage of unserved and potentially underserved locations within the allocation established by NTIA. So since serving some locations with end-to-end fiber would require extremely high expenditures, that would deplete the budget for other locations and imperil the goal of complete coverage of unserved and underserved locations. So for those areas where the cost per location is extremely high, reliable non-fiber alternatives are preferred when they're less costly than fiber. So reliable broadband technology, which is defined in the NOFO as including cable, DSL, and licensed fixed wireless, or a combination of licensed and unlicensed fixed wireless, may be funded in those areas where the fiber costs would exceed the extremely high cost per location threshold. In addition, non-fiber reliable technologies may still be infeasible from a cost perspective, and technologies that meet basic technical requirements, including speed, may be funded in those areas in lieu of reliable technologies. So those other technologies could include unlicensed fixed wireless and potentially satellite as well. Next slide, please. So in practice, the extremely high cost per location threshold would be applied to further the BEAD program goal of achieving complete coverage within the context of the budgetary constraint. In those areas where costs per location would exceed the extremely high cost per location threshold for fiber, the CPUC is allowed but is not required to not fund applications that exceed the extremely high cost per location threshold and to consider other technologies to achieve complete coverage. So that was a couple of double negatives. So to put a finer point on it, the extremely high cost per location threshold provides the CPUC the option to not fund a high cost application, but it does not require the rejection of that project. NTIA has also clarified that the extremely high cost per location threshold does not need to be defined as a number amount in the initial proposal, but that a methodology for determining the extremely high cost per location threshold does need to be described, and the threshold itself can be set later on using additional data that can be brought in. Those inputs for establishing the high cost per location threshold could include cost modeling data, as well as actual application data from other broadband grant programs or from the BEAD applications themselves, as well as other potential options for establishing the high cost threshold. Next slide.
Thank you, Ben. I will go over the questions first, and then we will turn to our panelists. The first question is, what input should be used to determine the extremely high cost per location threshold, such as cost models, application data, or other information? How strictly should the Commission apply the extremely high cost per location threshold in selecting subgrantees? In the initial proposal, should the Commission adopt a specific threshold amount, a range of possibilities, different thresholds for different parts of the state, processes for identifying the extremely high cost location threshold during the subgrantee process, or some other proposal for the extremely high cost per location. And we will start with the consumer advocates. Leo Fitzpatrick, are you available and ready to present for 5 minutes, please?
I am. If you can see and hear me, yes.
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. I'm Leo Fitzpatrick, representing the Utility Reform Network. As colleagues noted earlier, the views expressed here are turns. We are coordinating with C4AT and Cal advocates on this issue, and along with many others. For specific viewpoints, please refer to written comments that have been submitted or may be submitted. Commissioner Houck, Judge Glagola, and of course all the staff that made this workshop possible, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity for parties and stakeholders to learn and discuss important aspects of a program that could help deliver safe, reliable, resilient, and affordable communications to many in the state. For brevity, I will refer to the extremely high cost per location threshold, which is a bit of a tongue twister and a horrible sounding acronym, simply as threshold. If you take away nothing else, know that the Commission need not pick a threshold now. There's so much more information we need before we pick an optimal threshold or thresholds, and particularly one that strikes the balance between BEAD's program goals. Indeed, we're seeing proposals from other states generally appearing to push the threshold determinations to later rather than sooner. For example, Nevada does not propose a figure and does not propose to do so until the close of the application process. Further, it wouldn't benefit the state to constrain itself in the initial proposal by limiting the inputs that it's considering for the final threshold determination. While time cannot be said to be a luxury in the BEAD program, the threshold determination does not need to be made now, and we should take advantage of the time where it is available. It's very encouraging to hear directly from the source, as we heard earlier from NTIA itself, which is advising the state not to make premature determinations. And as we've heard several, and I just want to reiterate, probably for the 11th time, as we've heard several times today, the BEAD program has a clear preference for that the threshold be set as high as possible to deploy fiber where feasible, but also serving unserved and underserved. Now, the work before us requires us to confront a complex and multifaceted Goldilocks question. Set the threshold too low, and aside from potentially running afoul of NTIA's requirements, the state might lose out on, say, an opportunity to deploy more resilient networks. Set the threshold too high, and the fixed sum of BEAD funding might not stretch far enough to meet the state's connectivity needs. Finding that just right figure is also going to be a challenge in a state that is diverse in people and communities as it is in geography and potential climate threats. For example, California is experiencing more wildfires, landslides, and even hurricanes. In recognition of this, the Commission's 5-year action plan looked at fire hardening for locations in high fire threat districts. That could be an input here. The action plan also mentions topology or geography, and certainly those are go-to inputs. But when we talk about the threshold, the discussion tends to steer to questions of where, but we should also be asking who. The Commission should also look at and consider, for example, adjusting the threshold to account for the financial burden families at eligible locations might face using the Commission's affordability ratio. Earlier panelists mentioned the ratio and other demographic information they thought were important for the challenge in selection processes, and the Commission could consider those here as well. In the OIR comments, parties offered specific threshold amounts and Turn declined to suggest one. We requested further analysis be made available to parties and stakeholders as well as the public so that we could have a little bit more clarity on what choosing one threshold over another would mean for affected communities. Turn submits that we still don't actually have all the information we need to inform a proper balance. Picking a single figure for a state like California with the information we have is a near impossible task. To succeed, the state should implement this requirement flexibly. The threshold determination should indicate as many relevant factors as allows for the final threshold or thresholds to reflect the variety of circumstances facing eligible communities. As we've already heard from earlier panels, places like Catalina Island, Oakland, tribal areas, these communities are engaging now and are offering suggestions on ensuring the program meets their needs now. There's no reason that the Commission can't incorporate their input for this particular issue as well. But at the end of the day, and I will add that it's a long one at that, we need more time to determine the threshold, and that aligns with what NTIA is already recommending. Thank you, and I will try to answer questions with the information we have available to us at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Our next presenter will be Scott Armstrong from Inyo County. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Scott Armstrong. I'm the Regional Broadband Coordinator for Inyo and Mono counties. And I've actually been pondering, stressing about this question for quite some time because we have a lot of the locations in our area that are going to be extremely high cost to connect. When I saw the NTIA map that listed census block groups or high cost areas, we actually have a big chunk, which is down in the Death Valley area. But regarding inputs to evaluate on how to determine what is going to be an extremely high cost per location area, I think that basically the information that you're trying to collect is mostly adequate. One of the things that I've noticed in working with providers and trying to get these little isolated pockets of people connected is a hesitance to connect really small numbers of locations that are expensive to build to. And so, and we've had these discussions with the LATA grant, FFA as well. So what I think might help is if you identify a threshold and and you want to have a range, there may be some benefit in looking at the nearness to other high-cost locations. And I'll give a couple of examples. We have a place in Mono County called Homewood Canyon. They're probably going to be pretty expensive to build to, but there are about 12 of them over a few square miles. And we have a couple other places, both in Inyo and Mono counties, where there may be 2 households in 100 square miles. And those are going to be really difficult to get a provider to reach to. So there may be some benefit in having some sort of a nearness factor to go along with that threshold. And I say that because I'm convinced, but I don't have the secret recipe, but I'm convinced that there is a threshold that the providers look at in covering ongoing service costs. So while the construction costs are one thing, they're going to evaluate what it's going to cost to maintain that and to provide the service and the support. So I don't know what that number is, and I get it that they don't share that with me, but I know that our extremely high cost per location areas are not going to be ones that providers are going to want to clamor to connect, because we'll have 2 off on this road, and go up another valley, we have another 4 or 6. And so we'll want to use some different means of getting them connected rather than fiber. But for Homewood Canyon and for Cottonwood Canyon, we got a couple of them like that. I think they would benefit even though they are rather high cost to connect per location. I think there are enough of them in the region to make it viable for a provider to provide services and support for. So I do agree waiting till later to draw the line on where the high cost threshold is would be useful, because I think that once we get a better idea what the costs are going to be to construct in the different areas, you know how much of the budget is going to be available. I've looked at the report that the state got from CostQuest a couple years back, and it's pretty clear that the more expensive it is, we have very few people, locations in the extremely high cost areas to connect, and the money expended to connect those goes up exponentially. So the longer we can postpone that, the better. And then one last thought, as I was listening to the last few minutes, it may be useful to, as if you set a range for if your project is going to be within this range of per location costs, then you should submit 2 proposals, one for fiber and one for an alternate means. Because if the goal is to get everybody connected who is unserved, that may be our opportunity to work through and find the best ways to connect. We may have a couple places that could be connected with fiber, but it may make sense to connect more with fixed wireless if we can reach the rest of our locations. And I think those of us in the rural counties already have their boards prepped. They already know that we're not going to have everybody on fiber right away. And I'm sure that we'll have further conversations for those that aren't connected with fiber. They're not going to be future-proofed, so we'll be talking about them again in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Leon Lundegroot, are you prepared to speak? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Groot. I'm the IT project manager for broadband in Tuolumne County. We are also a very rural, mountainous county. Our estimate to build fiber to all of our homes is north of 200 million. So it's obvious that we're going to have to take a hybrid approach, and we will need, point-to-point wireless and whatever we can do to get people served. That said, there are some things that I would suggest the commission consider. One is we have, and like many mountainous communities, we have people at high altitudes that are going to be really high cost, but they will also be directly next to the middle mile. So I think it would be wise to use that as one of the inputs, because it'd be a shame to have 150 homes 250 feet from the middle mile and not take advantage of it. One of the other things is that while point-to-point wireless is great and it's evolving at a really encouraging speeds, the technology is really doing a lot. One of the challenges that we have, again, in mountainous communities is forest cover and terrain play a huge impact on whether or not people can actually get point-to-point wireless. So, for example, most of these communities are often low income, and if they have to pay $2,000, $5,000 to put up a pole to get point-to-point wireless, it's no longer affordable internet for these people. So sort of if there's a way we could model out sort of forest cover and terrain and those kind of things and take that into a calculation, something like that could really go a long ways towards making the deployment of point-to-point wireless more effective and would help sort of develop some of those projects. That said, I'd also like to sort of make a quick sort of caution. I would also like to suggest that we defer on the cost threshold. I think there's a sort of a challenge in having a single amount that we use as a threshold. And the reason is because very often, rural communities, especially mountainous, extremely hard to serve communities, fall out of that threshold. And so in one project, it's not a big deal. But if in multiple projects over multiple decades, that creates sort of a systemic deferral of infrastructure. And while we're not going to fix that with one, broadband program, I think that should be part of the consideration when that threshold is being developed.
Thank you very much. Before we move to our next panelist, I wanted to do a call out to Matt Rantanen to see if he would like to address the issues on this panel. He didn't previously sign up, but I wanted to make sure. So Matt, if you are interested, if you can raise your hand or put your name in the chat, we will definitely find time to recognize you. While Matt's considering that, we'll move on to our next panelist, which is Matt Datura from CTIA.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Houck, Judge Gogola, the entirety of the commission, and the staff for having us here today. We really appreciate it. I'm Matt Datura. I'm the Counsel for External and State Affairs on behalf of CTIA. We're the trade association for the wireless industry. You know, as my previous panelists have noted, the extremely high cost per location threshold, or threshold, is really the key mechanism to ensure the Commission has flexibility to reach as many Californians as possible with limited BEAD funding. And how high the Commission sets the threshold is going to determine where carriers can bid to serve areas with fixed wireless and bring broadband more quickly and cost effectively to unserved and underserved areas. And I think as Mr. Fitzpatrick noted, the threshold is an important fulcrum in the BEAD process, right? On one hand, you have these lower cost locations that may be able to be served by fiber cost effectively. On the other, you'll have areas above the threshold where you'll want to use technologies, other reliable broadband technologies such as fixed wireless, which has been embraced by consumers, is fast to deploy, and most importantly, is cost effective for California's limited BEAD funding. So with regard to the couple of the questions that the Commission has proposed today, you know, I want to look at those with a little more specificity. With regard to inputs, the Commission ought to use available, reliable data. In particular, I think we've seen some good data come out of the FCC's broadband maps, which are subject to a challenge process, as well as reliable tools, as the Commission mentioned, like network cost modeling. But I really want to emphasize, as it considers these inputs, it's important for the Commission not to set the threshold too high. Rather, California ought to set a level that facilitates broad participation by different types of providers and give the state the flexibility to choose a mix of technologies that gives California the best chance to reach all unserved and underserved locations. I was heartened to hear Commissioner Houck mention flexibility a couple of different times today. You know, no matter where the Commission sets the threshold, the Commission retains the ability to prioritize and select broadband projects based on the factors it deems appropriate from the NOFO, things like speed, capacity, cost, and time to deploy. So no matter where the Commission sets the threshold, fiber is going to be able to bid on these areas. But setting the threshold too high means less areas where the Commission has that flexibility to choose from different technologies. So all it does by keeping it too high is stop the possibility that you can pick the most effective service for the area. The Commission also asked how strictly should it apply the threshold, and CTIA feels the Commission should seek to minimize waiving the threshold where possible. Any location where the Commission waives the threshold is a location that the Commission acknowledges by the threshold is extremely high cost, but won't allow alternative technologies to make their case for serving that area, and we feel that's not an effective use of BEAD dollars. We emphasize, of course, that in these extremely high-cost areas, fixed wireless is a major tool in the Commission's toolbox. It's a reliable broadband service that meets and exceeds consumer needs today. If you look at new broadband subscriptions over the course of the past year, consumers chose fixed wireless 9-to-1 over other types of technologies. Fixed wireless meets all of the BEAD technical standards for a reliable broadband service, and it continues to get better and faster. For extremely high-cost areas in particular, we also want to emphasize that it's going to be quicker. I believe Mr. Guardino pointed that out in the previous panel, to build fixed wireless. Because the technology is built on cell towers, it's also going to scale well, and as an added benefit, it's going to help mobile coverage in those hard-to-serve areas as well. Now, we feel that thresholds should be applied strictly because it's an important check on inefficient spending. Every waiver the Commission grants is less BEAD money California has to meet its programmatic goals, and that's not just unserved and underserved areas, but also bringing broadband to community anchor institutions, funding non-deployment activities. Finally, the Commission asked how it should determine the threshold. I'm going to bring kind of a different take to some of my fellow panelists. We urge the Commission to set a number for the threshold earlier rather than later, and here's why. Because the threshold is a critical factor in determining where bids for reliable broadband technologies like fixed wireless will be allowed, the earlier carriers and other bidders have more information about the process, we feel the likely it is you're going to get more bidders. More bidders, in turn, means more competition. More competition means more efficient use of California's BEAD money. This is going to greatly increase California's ability to connect the largest number of locations at the lowest cost and really help make sure nobody gets left behind. So in conclusion, I just want to emphasize how valuable fixed wireless can be to help connect Californians with a broadband service that meets consumer needs, is cost-effective, and is fast to deploy, and that's why the Commission should set a threshold that maximizes its ability to allow fixed wireless and other reliable broadband technologies to bid on unserved and underserved areas and help California close the digital divide. Thanks for having us today.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter will be Luis Perezza, and I apologize if I mispronounce your last name, from WISPA.
It's okay. It's Louis Peretz, and thank you so much to Judge Glagola and the CPUs. Before I go on, can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for inviting WISPA to speak on this panel about setting the extremely high cost per location threshold for California. The vast majority of WISPA's members are fixed wireless providers that are small and medium companies that serve their local communities in sparsely populated rural areas that large billion-dollar companies have ignored for decades. The CPUC's approach to arriving at the proper threshold should be guided by three key factors. First, the Infrastructure Act mandates that California prioritize funding 100 by 20 megabits per second service to last mile locations that currently lack access to 25.3 megabits per second speeds. The act also allows funding to underserved locations, then community anchor institutions, and then digital equity goals if sufficient BEAD funds remain. Second, the NTIA BEAD allocation to California, as many prior panelists have spoken, is substantially short. In fact, it's more than $7 billion short of the amount that the CPUC determined is necessary to connect the 1,996,302 last mile locations, which are currently unserved by 25.3 megabits per second to fiber optic broadband. The third factor is that a large percentage of locations in California are difficult to serve due to topographical challenges or very low population densities. Because the BEAD allocation is so short of the CPUC's estimate for deploying fiber, the CPUC should adopt processes that enable it to stretch BEAD dollars as far as possible. And therefore, it should embrace other technologies such as fixed wireless broadband networks that can be deployed in a much faster and more cost-effective manner. For example, according to several reports, including the Carmel report, the capital costs to deploy fiber broadband could be as high as 9 to 10 times the cost to deploy fixed wireless broadband. So setting an appropriate threshold is a critical issue. If the threshold is too high, there could be a gap between locations funded with priority broadband projects, fiber, and those that do not meet the threshold. So by expanding the number of locations where lower cost non-fiber technologies can be eligible, the state will serve more of the unserved at less cost. And if BEAD funds are used to overbuild locations already receiving 100 by 20 megabits per second from broadband networks using entirely unlicensed spectrum, those funds will be squandered and lost for the goal of bringing service to the truly unserved. As the CPUC weighs its options, WISPA offers three recommendations for the CPUC to consider in determining its threshold. First, the CPUC should consider cost estimate analyses that examine the challenges of topography, low population density areas, and other relevant factors to reach locations without 25.3 megabits per second broadband. As long as those analyses are submitted in the CPUC's record for this proceeding before the CPUC submits its final proposal to NTIA. This would allow the CPUC to arrive at a reasonable estimate of range of what the threshold could be. Second, the CPUC could invite all reliable broadband service providers, those that rely on fiber and those that rely on fixed wireless networks using licensed spectrum, to apply for BEAD grants through a competitive process that awards higher scores to networks delivering faster broadband speeds. This application may, however, require the CPUC to seek a waiver from NTIA. And third, the CPUC could determine that any last mile locations that do not receive acceptable applications for projects from subgrantees should be considered extremely high cost per location threshold locations. In other words, the market would help to set the threshold. Of course, the state should reserve an amount of its BEAD allocation for these threshold locations. And when the CPUC sets its threshold, locations in areas that meet the threshold and are already receiving 100 by 20 megabits per second broadband from any networks including networks using entirely unlicensed spectrum, should be considered served and not eligible for BEAD-funded deployments. Those recommendations help to address questions 1 and 2. With regard to the third question, should there be a single or several thresholds? WISPA is willing to consider several thresholds, but one of the priorities should be in this area, should be to promote ease of subsidy allocation and planning by all relevant stakeholders, including the CPUC and potential subgrantees. Thank you for allowing me to present these opening remarks. I greatly appreciate the CPUC and its staff for its hard work on making BEAD a success, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate you ending on time. Our last presenter is Brian Hurley from ACA Connects.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. So thank you, Commissioner Houck, Judge Glagola, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's workshop. ACA Connects is a trade association that represents small and mid-sized broadband providers, including in California. And from the beginning of the BEAD program, we've focused on providing data and analysis to help states spend their BEAD allocations effectively, working with our partner, the business consulting firm Cartesian. And my comments today addressing the threshold build on these previous efforts. Now, in the NOFO, NTIA determined that priority broadband projects are those that use end-to-end fiber optic architecture. And that was based in part on its observation that only end-to-end fiber will ensure that the network built by the project can easily scale to speeds over time to meet the evolving connectivity needs of households and businesses and support the deployment of 5G, successor wireless technologies, and other advanced services. So it makes sense that NTI went on to convey its expectation that states set the extremely high cost per location threshold as high as possible to help ensure that end-to-end fiber projects are deployed wherever feasible. So the question then becomes, how should the CPUC go about achieving that goal, given that the funds available are limited? To begin, if California calculates the threshold over a large geographic area, it will end up setting the threshold too low. And that's because different eligible locations have significantly different cost characteristics, and a small percentage of locations will cost many more times than the rest. This is the so-called hockey stick effect on the cost curve. And if the threshold is calculated based on a large geographic area level, such as a county or census tract that includes many of these very highest cost locations, it makes the average cost appear much higher and will skew the threshold lower. And as an aside, we have a similar concern if applicants were forced to apply for funding based on larger geographic areas. In both instances, locations where it is cost-effective to deploy fiber, that is below a reasonable threshold, would not get fiber. And to address these concerns, we urge the CPUC to calculate the threshold over smaller geographic areas, such as by census block. And in doing so, the state should remove the outliers, the very highest cost locations, and deal with them separately. And relatedly, the state should allow bidding on a location by location basis, allowing applicants to construct their project areas. If that's deemed administratively infeasible, at minimum, bidding should be allowed at the census block level. And not only will this ensure that fiber deployments are maximized, it will do so at lower costs because it will encourage participation, especially from smaller fiber providers, such as my association's members. Now, once the state completes the challenge process and identifies eligible locations, we think that's the point at which it should then move on to set the threshold. And as the NOFO directs, we think it should be a single threshold. At this point in the process, the state should be able to determine the cost per location in each area and then calculate the threshold. However, it is critical that the threshold be established before competitive bidding begins so that providers know which locations are above or below the threshold and can plan their bids accordingly. And this level of certainty will also help encourage participation, again, especially from smaller providers, resulting in a more competitive process. Like others, we think the state should use a cost model to estimate the cost to serve each BEAD eligible location. We know in the past, California has used a cost quest model. Our partner Cartesian has recently released a new financial model that's available for the states. Under their sort of initial estimate, the threshold would be set at $12,000 per location, which takes into account a $3,000 match. But we recognize that's just a starting point, and additional work would need to be done to refine the estimate. So there are reputable models out there that can be utilized. We know different providers will have different costs based on size, existing assets, financing, labor, topography, and so forth, network deployment architecture. And states should aim to, specifically California in this case, should aim to model the costs based on a typical provider cost, working with, engaging with local service providers to help make that assessment. And once costs per location are estimated, a cost curve can then be drawn to show the distribution of costs for BEAD eligible locations. And then by examining the total funding that's available, including both the government subsidy and the provider match, the threshold could then be calculated. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to answer any questions or to provide any supplemental information that would be helpful.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Next, we'll turn to questions from Commissioner Hauk and or Administrative Law Judge Gogola.
So I guess one question would be, in determining the threshold earlier from later, can you be a little more specific and talk about some of the pros and cons? Because I heard some of the panelists say that they think we should wait till later, and others that we should wait till earlier. And then I guess a question to NTIA about how much specificity we're going to need in our volume 2 to get approved. And so I guess how early or how late would we be able to do that? And I don't know if we have Marina answer that first, and then
I can, if that's helpful. So for the purposes of the initial proposal, Volume 2, NTIA is allowing states to define the factors and process by which they would define an extremely high cost per location threshold, and that will be sufficient. When there's actually a number, when that needs to be released to NTIA and we have to have it submitted to us, that's going to be by the final proposal. And so there's a pretty large amount of flexibility for states to determine at what point in the process they want to sort of make that call before actually formally deciding on that number.
And does it have to be a specific number, or could it be like categories with numbers?
So I believe that multiple thresholds are allowed within a state, should a state choose to do that. I think we'd want to understand the reasoning and why and that kind of thing. But we don't need a number or multiple numbers for the initial proposal, just how are you going to get to those numbers or number?
Thank you. And then I don't know if panelists want to respond, and then I saw Mr. Roswell wanted to make a comment as well.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Yeah, I don't envy the commissioners in trying to figure this out, because I do think the threshold is one of the tougher things to figure out in this whole process. And again, in the same way that you're balancing your high-cost areas and the competing needs and the priorities of NTIA for fiber versus making sure that all the money is well spent, I think it's a range when it comes to setting it earlier versus later. And I just emphasize that, of course the Commission doesn't want to set it without relying on data. It doesn't want to be a stab in the dark, and you don't want to do it blind. But on the flip side of things, there is an advantage to more clarity and more specificity and making it earlier, simply because that will bring in more bids and more competition, because it will be easier for potential prospective subgrantees to say, oh, okay, look, I've got X, Y, and Z areas that I'm going to be able to bid on with my reliable broadband technologies. Let me focus on those, as opposed to the later it gets in the process, the more those subgrantees will have to turn around and say, okay, we've got less time to prepare our bids now.
Did anyone else?
I certainly understand the need to have some time to plan to get your applications in. I would just suggest that there should be a period where the model's developed, where that's decided, and public comment can be contributed before a threshold is set. And maybe multiple thresholds at that.
I'd like to echo that as well. And part of that is we've been trying to get estimates on, in our ladder grant work, we're trying to get estimates on per household to connect with fiber. And, you know, it's interesting. We've got between $900 and $12,000 per location. And I think we need to have more of that information so that we know how much the priority projects are going to take of the budget, so that we know how much we're going to need to scale back or lower or raise the threshold. But I think, you know, while it does sound like there might be some advantage to set a threshold now and just let people duke it out with estimates and whatnot, I think that we do need to look a little bit closer.
Commissioner, I think we have Louis Fitzpatrick has his hand raised. Go ahead, Mr. Fitzpatrick. I'm sorry.
I think Mr. Louis Peretz had his hand up before me.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Perez, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for that kindness, Leo. So that's why our position in our opening remarks is that the CPUC allow various economic analyses that could be submitted before the CPUC submits its final proposal to NTIA, and that's not due until 360 days after the proposals have been approved by NTIA. I think doing it, we thought long and hard about this, and we thought doing this before the initial proposals, which are due December 27th, would be really challenging for the CPUC. So we think there should be. So I agree with the last two panelists that just said that there should be enough time for developing of and a comment and reply comment period for developing more economic analyses. As Brian Hurley said, there are the Cartesian analyses out there. There are other analyses out there, and I think a robust record for the CPUC to consider before it comes up with a range of estimates would be really important. For the CPUC, it would be really important in terms of planning and ease of administration going forward for both the CPUC and the subgrantees. If the CPUC could say, okay, well, here's what we think are a reasonable range of estimates, and then we'll decide later exactly what it is, but here's what we want people to react to, okay? And then as we get into the application process, that may play a factor into the CPUC arriving at its threshold as well. And it could be several thresholds. Again, we just want to promote ease of administration for both the CPUC and for the subgrantees.
We can move on to Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thanks. I don't want to take away anyone's moderator privilege, but I do want to acknowledge that I see Mr. Matt Rantanen is on the call, and I certainly had a question for him, but I can wait if we wanted to give him an opportunity to speak. I did want to respond to a couple things that I heard earlier in the presentation, Scott and Len's presentation, in terms of sort of the depth of factors we need to consider. What was particularly interesting was the question about incorporating a model that considers existing middle mile, or even the state's pending middle mile build out. It would be a shame that someone is 250. I think that's what Len had said, 250 feet and from middle mile, and those project proposals are not coordinating with the deployment of the middle mile broadband initiative. And I also, I think Scott identified two interesting points. That it's a shame to hear about like these non-starter locations, places that we shouldn't be writing off places without further consideration. And I think that belies the need for additional time and focused attention to make sure that we're looking at all the factors that the people, I think we all agree that we need to have, providers participating in the program, but we also need to make sure that the program is actually responsive to the needs of people that are receiving these, the benefits of the service. And, you know, I think the other thing that Scott identified was a continuing information asymmetry. And, you know, it kind of gives me there's a striking parallel to the conundrum that we're facing on undertaking outreach for something like the challenge process. The rules aren't final yet, so you can't undertake outreach, but you need to undertake outreach as early as possible. So I hear folks about the need for a little bit more certainty, but I think, you know, one approach could be sort of like what the commission did for this first panel, you know, letting folks doing robust outreach, letting folks know about what's at stake with the extremely high cost, with the threshold, even providing some resources and information so that someone could click on a map, you know, a state, like a local or tribal government official could click on a map and be able to do comparisons and realize, okay, you know, setting the threshold here means this home here or this small business or this community will be connected in one way or another. We need to get that information out there. And at this point, you know, just trying to rush it before getting this initial proposal to NTIA just doesn't strike me as sort of the best approach. Now, one possibility is that the commission could potentially adopt a threshold track to run concurrently with other BEAD implementation, but you know that's just that's the possibility. Trying to brainstorm here and be helpful and responsive to some of the needs folks have identified.
Great, thank you very much. I know, Mr. Hurley, you have your hand up, but I want to turn to Mr. Rantanen, who's been able to rejoin us, and first provide you an opportunity to provide any general comments you have on the questions regarding the extremely high cost threshold, and then I think there's a specific question that Mr. Fitzpatrick has. Go ahead, Mr. Rantanen.
Yeah, thank you. I never left. I just turned camera off. I've been auditing, so I think that I think this is really strategic for deployment in tribal communities because typically there is no infrastructure or very limited infrastructure on tribal reservation in and around. So some of these households are, you know, fall into that category. Definitely, some of these entire communities fall into this category. So I think it's very strategic for some of these to be classified as a high cost or extremely high cost to be able to, you know, receive the appropriate attention and solution funding that's deserved. And I would like to propose that the tribes should be able to self-designate with some, you know, provided parameters by CPUC, but self-designate some of those high cost situations on their own reservations. Each tribal government should be able to do that, and to just show a similar example of self-designation by a tribal leader or a tribal government. The FCC adopted a rule a couple years back now that tribes can self-designate their own libraries for the purposes of E-rate. And that was something that we started from Tribal Chairmen's Association in 2001, 2002, working with the Hill and the FCC to better frame what needs to be done in legislature for tribes to be able to have access to, you know, the resources that they need to fulfill communications efforts on their lands. And 20 years later, the FCC adopted that. So 20 years of vetting tribal participation in the E-rate program showed that tribes were accurately representing their tribal libraries along the way. And I think that, you know, we've come a long way in embracing technology and opportunity. And I think we see a pathway to be very instrumental in designating some of these, you know, these criteria. So the high cost is obvious to us, especially those of us that are building network. We know what neighborhoods are cut off or what individual homes are cut off. We know which ones are unavailable for connection, and we, you know, it's very important that those that know the community get to weigh in on this. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Mr. Fitzpatrick, did you have a question for Matt? We can take care of that now.
Yes, and actually, I think you addressed it in part. My question for you, Matt, was, you know, what are some you know, considerations and inputs that we could be considering that would ensure that, you know, this threshold being, however this threshold is set, won't impact tribes or in a negative fashion. I do think it's an interesting idea. It does appear that the BEAD program requirement for a tribal endorsement for all tribal projects on tribal lands, that is a clear recognition or evinces NTIA's recognition of tribal sovereignty here, and the ability to set the threshold makes sense here. But thank you.
Sure. I mean, it's really kind of sad. 30% of tribal households in the United States don't have access to plain old telephone service. We know where those houses are on the reservation. Some of those households don't have power. On the Navajo Nation, there's an amazing amount of houses without power. Some of our nations have quite a few houses without power. So it's very obvious to our tribal governments and our tribal programs who does not have access. And if they don't have access to power, they certainly don't have access to the infrastructure that gets them access to broadband. And they are going to be high cost because you're going to have to build power to support them. It's glaringly obvious to those of us that live and work in tribal communities. It may not be so obvious to the outside optics. So I think there's some extreme conditions that we can identify that obviously are high cost, and then there's some situations where people are living in an area of a reservation that has less services than the bulk of the population, or there's geographic limitations, et cetera. So I think I think we can self-identify that fairly easily, and some of those things that I mentioned, lack of power, lack of plain old telephone service, and cut off geographically or with a mountain or something like that. I think there's some obvious situations there that can identify as well. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hurley, thank you for your patience. I think we're now ready for your input.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. So in terms of the point in the process when you set the actual threshold amount, the reason we thought that sort of after the challenge process, but before the competitive bidding begins, what might be kind of a sweet spot, because after the challenge process, you'll have sort of the universe of locations that are going to be funded through the program. But we also think, and agreeing with my my colleague from CTIA, that it's important that we set the threshold early enough in the process that prospective bidders know which locations are going to be above and below the threshold, so they can plan accordingly when they're making their bids. So,
thank you very much. Commissioner, did you have any additional questions?
I just have one more question. As mentioned in the last panel, there are certain situations where fixed wireless may be the better option. We know that the NOFO and BEAD favor fiber as the preferred technology. However, whether it's rural areas that geographically it may be difficult, it may be costly, or it just may not be best to put fiber in there. There may be areas that we would want to look at licensed wireless. There's also areas in inner cities, whether it's old buildings and permitting issues regarding how and when you can put fiber in the ground, that could significantly delay getting access to folks. And as we said, we don't want to be waiting 5-10 years when we're looking at particularly young people that need to depend on the internet to access school, people that need it for health care. The world has changed since the pandemic. So I just want to, I think it's important, in whether we get some comments here today or the written comments that you provide, I think it's going to be important for us to understand the areas where we may want to be looking at fiber, because we're going to have to look at what does constitute the criteria for using alternatives to fiber in the proposal. And so getting that feedback on when that would be appropriate, when it wouldn't, I think is going to be important. We are going to have to consider different technologies. Obviously, we want to future-proof this, and as much fiber as we can get in the ground is a high priority, but we do know there's circumstances and situations where that may not be the most cost-effective or the best choice for getting people connected now. And so I just want to put that out there, get some feedback, and also make sure that parties address those issues in their written comments.
Mr. Roswell, if you want to come to the podium, please, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Hello again, and thank you, Commissioner. I'll be as brief as I can be here. I'm finding myself wishing I was on the panel, but here I am.
We'll be sure to invite you to the next workshop.
Great, fantastic. Well, so the small X, and I should say Patrick Roswell for the small X. The small X, have been serving exactly these kinds of rural areas for 100 years and are carriers of last resort and are familiar with the decisions you have to make in the limited circumstances where you go to like a fixed wireless solution, which the companies do some of that, where it's just infeasible to get to certain places. But our bias is in favor of, we've got to get fiber to everyone. I mean, I find myself agreeing with the Toronto gentleman who I think might be behind me. I mean, that should be the starting point. And there should be a very high threshold in light of that. And in fact, the NOFO says, I don't think anyone said this, the NOFO says point blank in a couple of places, you should set the threshold as high as possible. And so that's our starting point. You should set it as high as possible. And not only does it say that, I think it's just important to honor kind of California's unique history around this, which is to say that California is different than almost every other state in the sense that there are a lot of legitimate, significant communities living in rural areas, whether it's because of tribal histories, the gold rush, logging interests, military bases, there are all kinds of reasons. But it's unlike a lot of states where in Nevada, you can drive 200 miles before you see the next town. California's not like that, and I think it's appropriate that we honor that by trying to get to all these places, not assume that, and the small X have gotten this feedback sometimes, maybe they should just accept that they don't have great service or any service in these places, or maybe they should move to Sacramento, right? And I don't think we can view the problem that way. So just to be more specific, I'm skeptical of modeling just because I think you'd be very hard pressed to find a model that would capture the dynamics in Siskiyou County, for example. And you have canyons and forests and you have the Klamath River. And when you talk about getting to some of these places where there is a significant need, I'm just very skeptical that the model would allow you to capture all the variables. What I can offer you, I think, as a starting point is the Commission's history on these subjects. And there is a lot of history from the CASF program. There's also a lot of history in small X rate cases. And having looked at the various CASF grants that, there are many going back now more than a decade, what you see is that there are, including some very recent grants, there are 100,000 per household grants that have been granted very recently. There are several. There are many that are in the nature of 20,000 per household, 40,000 per household, things of that sort. So I heard a number earlier today, something like 13,000. If you do that, you will exclude a lot of these areas. If that's the number, if we're talking about something in that range, it's not going to reach all the people it's supposed to. So I would posit that if you look at the Commission's history, things even above 100,000 are being approved in the CASF context. There's only one significant decision that some of you will remember where the Commission has actually pushed back and said, even though this is a good project and there's money to fund it, we're not going to let you build it simply because of the cost per household. This was in 2011. There was an area called Godfrey Ranch, which is in Siskiyou's territory. And they applied to serve the area. The money was in the grant fund. The grant fund actually went away the next year, and the money was never spent. It was just absorbed into the state budget. And in that instance, you were looking at a 200,000 plus cost per household. And in that instance, the Commission did say, we're not going to fund that. Now, I'm not sure if that would come out the same way today. I think maybe the Commission would reconsider that based on all the things that have happened and the importance of these kinds of networks. But even if it is how it would come out, I would suggest to you that that's in the nature of the kind of threshold we should be thinking of. Now, the only reason you should go lower than that, in my mind, 200,000 or something of that sort, is if the math just doesn't work out. If you can convince yourself, and I'm not convinced of it, but if you can convince yourself that the math is simply not there and you have to go to something lower, that should be the reason. But otherwise, you should be consistent with the decisions you've made previously, which recognize that even 100,000 is potentially totally reasonable. And as you think about that, I'll just leave you with, every situation is going to be unique. There could be 5 households, but if it's next to a hydro facility that's critical, if it's next to a fire station, if it's in a certain area where there's really a need, if it's a tribal area, there's lots of reasons why you'd want to still consider the project. So, and I'll also just add that, fixed wireless can't be undergrounded, as far as I know. So there's some safety issues there too. I mean, in the recent fires that we've encountered for the small X, the buried fiber, the undergrounded fiber, does very well. I mean, it's not perfect, but that's the way we should be thinking about these networks. So I could go on, but I'm not going to. Appreciate the opportunity, and I think there's somebody behind me. So thank you.
I think, Carl, before you talk, we'll go to Louis first and then come back to you. Thank you. Please go ahead, Louis.
Okay, thank you, sir. So to Commissioner Houck, I would just suggest this, and I don't know if I tried to make this point, but perhaps it didn't come out clearly enough. So again, our position is the CPUC should consider any economic analyses that are relevant in terms of considering factors for deployment, such as density, population density, load population density, topography challenges, anything that's been submitted in the record for this docket before the final proposal. But you said something to me that made me think that perhaps I should also explain that it might be helpful for the CPUC to say, we really think that we need to come to an understanding and have more information about how to set the extremely high cost per location threshold. And before we do that, we think it might be helpful to open a comment and reply comment that allows for submission of other economic analyses and allows the public to react to those economic analyses and provide us with their feedback in response to that. So that perhaps could be helpful and could be done before the final proposal is submitted to NTIA.
Thank you very much. Then for Carl, please.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Carl Guardino with Toronto Wireless. A couple of observations based on a great panel, some information and an invitation. The observations, I just learned so much from this panel, and Leo would turn, thank you. Your comment that we need to make sure families are receiving the benefits of the service, I think, is common ground for all of us. And Matt and Louis with CTIA and WISPA on ensuring that the threshold is set at a level that still achieves the BEAD NOFO goal of 100% of unserved and underserved California families. And Scott and Lynn, from a rural community perspective, that needs to serve with affordable and reliable technologies and is still cost effective and doesn't break the bank. And Matthew, again, for our tribal communities, that we provide providers that know and are a part of their communities can often best serve their communities, and they need to be able to compete in this process as well. And Brian, about early enough in the process so that ISPs can factor that into their bids is going to make this more efficient and effective. And I loved Commissioner Houck's comments about timeliness and future-proofing. And future-proofing is making sure that as we see technologies advance, that it is future-proofed so that it meets the needs of families and communities going forward. On the comments on the NOFO, and I am always depending on Marina to correct me on that 95-page document, but again, it's set the threshold as high as possible with a preference, but not a requirement for fiber, while achieving the goal of internet for all, unserved and underserved. That's the delicate balance. And I would respectfully argue approving grants that depend on fiber when it only needs to be a preference at 100, 120, 130 per household is going to ensure that we're going to run out of money long before we run out of hundreds of thousands of California families primarily in unserved communities or stranded streets in our urban communities or in our tribal communities that are all too often overlooked, usually more financially strapped, and usually are communities of color and are cultural and ethnic diverse Californians. So those were my observations. In terms of information, technology again does advance. I was honored to be on the earlier panel, and I was scratching my head that I didn't have the opportunity to be on this panel because technologies do advance. When we hear point-to-point, Tirana, 400 million, 14 years, 26 PhDs, 300 engineers, non-line of sight, which meets the need of 4 out of 5 California families that don't have the luxury of direct line of sight to a vertical asset. 5,000 calculations per second. It not only addresses buildings and strands of trees, et cetera, but inclement weather and that tree branch blowing in the wind, et cetera. It's both licensed and unlicensed, meeting the BEAD requirements for reliability, both in licensed or a hybrid of the two. Technology has advanced. And that's exciting because that's what California's innovation is about. So here's the invitation. We'd like to invite anyone online or in the room to live technology deployments of any of scores of communities, thousands of families in California currently served by internet service providers using advanced technologies like Tirana, but it won't be limited to Tirana in the future as people catch up, so that you can ask the hard questions. Speak directly with local ISPs serving their local communities, as well as the larger ISPs, and the customers whose lives are changed because they now have affordable, reliable access to telehealth, education, jobs, public safety, and emergency services. So that, on the record, come see. We have dozens of deployments in our great state alone. This is not a marketing ploy.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to take a quick break before we turn to Mr. Fitzpatrick. Commissioner?
And I'm happy to answer questions, by the way. I like hard questions.
Thank you. Just want to turn to Commissioner Houck. Did you have any other questions, or should we close with Mr. Fitzpatrick's as our last comment on this topic?
Is there any other questions?
I do have one, but it may be a long one.
I'm fine with Judge Gogola having his questions and then going to Mr. Fitzpatrick or the other way around, and then I did have some closing comments I wanted to make.
Of course, naturally. Judge Gogola, please go forward with your long question.
Thank you. So it's possible that 4 different folks may want to answer this, including our friends at AT&T and Comcast. And the reason, and I'll start with Mr. DeGroot and Mr. Armstrong. Do either of you plan on having hybrid approaches to serving your communities? And I think Comcast and AT&T understand where I'm going with the question to them.
Absolutely. Yes. And we're planning that for Darwin and possibly for Furnace Creek.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, and I don't know whether this is even possible or not, but is either AT&T or Comcast in the position to submit? Because I know it's different, technically different companies within the same company, but I was just curious if that's a possibility.
So I'll just say, as some folks may know, earlier this summer we launched our fixed wireless product, AIA as we call it, in-house, AT&T Internet Air, and we have, I believe, launched it in some areas across the country, and we're doing a small launch to start. I say all that to say that whether or not we decide to include other technologies in any of our bids, specifically for BEAD, will in part depend on some of the requirements that I think are still under further consideration with NTIA. I know folks talked earlier about not only having the speed requirements, but the latency requirements and the testing that will go along with that. And we want to ensure that any product that we would offer through this federal program would be able to meet those requirements. So the short version is, for lawyers out there, it depends. We certainly would be interested in having further conversations as we see more about the testing regime and other parts related to the BEAD program.
Does anybody from Comcast want to talk? And if not, that's okay. It was just, the reason why I'm asking the question is that is just from an expense standpoint.
Thanks for the question. And, you know, I think it would be totally project specific and geographic specific, but as far as a mix of technologies that Comcast could potentially include would also, you know, Comcast plans to build fiber, but to have the flexibility where applicable to also consider line extensions of the HFC network, which already delivers 1.2 gigabits down, over 30 megabits up, and is rapidly advancing through our 10G initiative to be able to deliver multi-gigabit speeds through the existing HFC networks via DOCSIS 4.1 technology. So, yeah, I think it all depends, but building in flexibility to provide hybrid build approaches is not a bad idea.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to just flag, similar to the trap of focusing too much on where in terms of the threshold, especially at the expense of who. I've heard a lot about economic analysis and cost models, and believe me, I've been looking at all the different proposed cost models very closely. But I would like to caution the Commission that on top of the fact that I think the presentation did outline that in addition to cost models, there's performance of past projects. There's a whole CASF suite of projects that we can look at. But the Commission could also potentially even look at the applications themselves. But did want to underscore that we need to also look at the who. We also need to make sure that communities are engaged and involved in the process and identifying their specific needs. I think Patrick brought up an interesting point in that regard. While we may debate about exactly what resiliency should look like, the state's efforts in the 5-year plan seems to hint that it's on the right track by considering resiliency. And unfortunately, Commissioner Houck, this does not make your job any easier in terms of future proof and timing. I think we have to fold in something like resiliency, However, I think that's an important thing because when you combine that with, say, the open access or middle mile aspects of that are projects that are permitted under the program, I think that really sets the stage potentially for the future-proof networks that you were asking about. Stands to reason we just want to make sure that a funded network doesn't go up in flames or gets washed away, and it's available for people, when they need it to survive in a disaster and to stay in contact with emergency services. So I think it's an important factor and also something that it appears to be built into the BEAD program, but Marina can always correct me because I've probably not spent as much time looking at that document as she has. But thank you for the opportunity to provide a later comment on your question, Commissioner Houck.
Thank you very much. Mr. DeGroot, did you have an additional point? Did you want to make? No. Okay. Sorry. I think that unless there's any other further comments, I will turn it back to Commissioner Houck for closing comments.
So I just, again, wanted to thank our staff for all of the work that they've done on this, Judge Glagola, our IT folks for putting this together so quickly and getting such a great excellent group of panelists together. I think we've covered a lot of different perspectives. I'm just really pleased to see so many folks show up from different stakeholder groups, the carriers, the community-based organizations, ratepayer advocates, the counties, governmental entities. We really need all of your input in getting this right. So thank you for being here today, for providing the information that you have. We look forward to seeing written comments once the draft is out for your review, and are taking into account what we've heard today, and we'll be carefully reviewing all of the comments that we receive as we move forward with the process. We've got a lot of work to do, and the next milestone will be getting the proposal out on the street for your review. Again, want to thank everyone for being here, for traveling to get here. We have heard folks loud and clear. We need to do more community engagement. I've personally committed to getting out in the community, at least one additional trip to the Bay Area and one to Los Angeles. So thank you. And then Ms. Williams, you did an excellent job for being here last minute. So I just want to, again, thank everyone for all of the contributions that you've made to today's workshop.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just a couple of additional closing remarks related to next steps in this proceeding. You know, we were working towards completing an initial proposal to be submitted to NTIA. As part of that, we will be doing a public comment period on these proposals, and so you can expect some written comments, initial comments to be due sometime in November once we publish, at the end of November, sometimes after we publish. And then we'll also do some reply comments that will likely be due in early December. You can feel free to include comments that you have regarding this workshop in your comments as well. Want to note that there is a public participation hearing on November 8th at, there's actually going to be two, one at 2 p.m. and one at 6 p.m. And that is all the information, log on and participation information can be found online. As the Commissioner mentioned, there are going to be some additional listening sessions and opportunities to engage. So be on the lookout for those. And the initial proposal and all materials, the final that we submit to NTIA, is going to be due on December 28th to NTIA. You know, we don't know what the decision-making timeline specifically is for NTIA, but we are imagining the proposed decisions on Volume 1 and Volume 2 will come around sometime in Q1 2024, and then will be voted on after NTIA has approved that proposal. With that, thank you so much, and we really appreciate your time in this long day, and I believe we are complete. Judge? Commissioner? Judge? Commissioner? Are we adjourned? Perfect. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.